All right. Here we go. You guys are ready for another good Tuesday night live stream. We got a lot to talk about today. As you can see, we got a Wood Chipper Tribe shirt on. We got the Make PDFs Afraid Again. We got everything that we're going to need tonight for this episode because we dug up a lot of dirty stuff on a lot of famous people and celebrities for this episode. You guys, I think, are going to find it interesting because it turns out, as shocking as all of this stuff in the files is, they've actually just been telling us about this for decades. And I have a ton of clips tonight going back in the past showing all these people, all of these celebrities, all these powerful people just openly talking about all of the disgusting stuff that we've seen in the files. And then we got a regular scheduled Tuesday show. Not going to be as deep in the politics or current events because what are the current events right now? The files. But we'll talk a little bit about the stuff, what's going on ICE in Minneapolis, a little bit about the economy, and then we'll talk, our regular scheduled. What does MAGA have going on? Turns out MAGA is struggling right now. Yeah, it's a very, very difficult time to be MAGA. Essentially, I guess MAGA has now firmly dug its feet into the ground and cemented itself as the party of pedophiles. So congrats to MAGA. Not really sure how we got here, but you guys made it. You made it. So we're going to cover that as well. All right. Now, a lot of different stuff we need to cover. We're going to start the episode off with the new, well, not new, I guess, but like newly released footage of an interview between Big E. Uh-oh, no sound again. God, really? Wow, guys. You guys got sound? Nah, my microphone, I'm good. Audio's good. What the hell's going on in the chat, all right? All right, we got trolls. We got trolls in the chat. All right, as long as you guys say we're good, we're good. All right, first thing we're going to look at is the Steve Bannon, Jeffrey Epstein interview. Super weird, super creepy. Gives kind of like just an insight into who Big E actually was. Because we don't have a whole lot of like actual video of him just in like normal conversations. So we're going to look at that first. And then, yeah, we're going to dig deep into his involvement with state actors, politicians, all kinds of stuff you guys may not have seen yet. So it should be I think it's going to be a good episode tonight. Now, we got dinks in the wire. Yeah, maybe. All right, so let's kick it off. Let's start. I want to start with this, guys. You may recognize this guy. He came out and he was the one part of the Trump administration that told us about how there is images of porn, death, abuse, all kinds of crazy shit in the files. You guys remember we showed that with Jake last night? Well, let's see what he has to say now about the rest of the files being released. I mean, I'm sure the government is more than willing to release the rest of the files after this drop. Let's take a look.
Will more documents be released?
We have released, there are a small number of documents, as I said on Friday, that we're waiting for a judge to say we're allowed to release because of a protective order. But this review is over. I mean, we reviewed over 6 million pieces of paper, thousands of videos, tens of thousands of images, and which is what the statute required us to do. You know, it's interesting. Leadership on the Hill, Congressman Massey, Senator Schumer are quick to complain. There is no way they have spent any time looking at the materials we produce, because I know the materials we produce them on Friday. By Saturday, they're already complaining about what we did. And by the way, apparently Massey and others wrote a letter to come and review unredacted materials. I didn't get that letter yet. They leaked it to the press before they actually sent it to me.
So there you go. They are letting us know they will not release any more files unless they're probably forced to by Congress, as he's sitting there complaining about Thomas Massey continuing to scrutinize what they've released. And what they are scrutinizing is the fact that you released a bunch of redacted bullshit. Even the stuff that's damning. You notice the Justice Department redacted all of the offenders. Anything that had to do with who was involved in emails from to and from, if it was going to actually identify rich, powerful people that were doing all these horrific things, they redacted the perps, not the victims. So that's what everybody is bitching about, is that, yeah, you put out a bunch of emails that show horrible stuff, but you didn't show us who did it. And you know who did it. And we're talking about disgusting crimes. So, yeah, people are going to keep complaining. But, again, the Trump administration has now said that they are the most transparent administration in history, and they're not going to release any more files. You got what you got. Now, we'll see what Congress has to say about that. Now, I want to give us a little, this is going to be a little highlight reel when we start of the interview between Big E and Steve Bannon. Let's see some of the things they're talking about.
Real enemy of the finance system was Bill Clinton. And if you ask me what and who caused the financial crisis, I would tell you it was Bill Clinton. David Rockefeller.
All right, real quick. This is interesting to me. So Epstein is blaming Bill Clinton, you know, his best friend and Democrat, supposedly, for the financial crisis. Not George Bush, but I thought Epstein was a prominent Democrat. Why would he be blaming that on his buddy Bill? I don't know. Kind of interesting. This next one's very interesting, too.
And I got along very well. He formed something called the Trilateral Commission. People said it was something, the Illuminati, people that ran the world. So he said to me, would you like to be on the Trilateral Commission? I said, great. You're being...
The Trilateral Commission, he was brought into by one of the Rockefellers, which is sort of explaining how he supposedly got his rise and prominence in finance and made it from being a math teacher to a billionaire. Anyway, just the highlights of showing who this guy is. Here's the next one.
This is like...
I shaved my beard off. I used to be rabbinical.
No, is your money dirty money?
No, it's not.
Why is it not dirty money?
Because I earned it.
You earned it advising the worst people in the world. Do you think you're the devil himself?
No, but I do have a good mirror.
All right, that's our little highlight reel before we jump into the rest of the clips. Because yeah, let's start with the most creepy one, huh? Well, this one's kind of going a little bit viral. Let's start with Big E's response to this question. Do you think you're the devil himself? This is super creepy.
Is your money dirty money?
If you live,
I just asked a question. Is your money dirty money?
No, it's not. So, in fact,
why is it not dirty money?
Because I earned it.
But you earned it.
I earned it legally.
We went back to this before. You earned
Yes.
it. You earned it advising the worst people in the world, right? That do enormous bad things, and just to make more money. You're a mathematician. We walked into that clinic where they're giving that money out to these people that are in the most dire straits of poverty and sickness, and told them that the money was coming from class 3 sexual predator?
Tier 1.
What's tier 1's the highest and worst?
No, I said I'm
the lowest.
I'm the lowest.
You're the lowest. Okay, tier 1, you're the lowest. But a criminal.
Yes.
That the money came from them. What percentage of people do you estimate? I understand you don't like probabilities. Do you estimate would say, I don't care, I want the money for my children?
I would say everyone said, I want the money for my children.
Did they know where the money came from?
I think if you told them,
if I told them the devil, 100%.
The devil himself said, I'm going to exchange some dollars for your child's life.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
No, but I do have a good mirror.
It's a serious question. Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
Because you...
I don't know is his answer. God.
have all the attributes. You're incredibly smart. You remember, the devil is
Was
somebody
the devil
knows
smart?
it.
I've
Is
get-
your money
Sorry. Excuse me, guys. So, super creepy start to the interview. First of all, talking about how he got his money. He earned it himself. I mean, he earned it through blackmailing Lex Wessner. You guys, I'm sure, like, we all know that story. There goes way back, right? The owner and founder of Victoria's Secret. That's where he got all his money, from blackmailing Lex Wessner. So I guess technically you could say that he earned it. But when he starts talking about exchanging money for children's lives, and then getting asked if he's the devil, and his response is like a smirk. I don't know. Like, oh my God. You actually like start to peel the curtain back on who this guy really was. It's pretty gross, right? And we're gonna get more and more deeper and deeper into all his involvement with foreign leaders and COVID and all sorts of different shit in this episode. But I want to start here so we can get like a good understanding of who this dude really is. And it's all gross.
Let's go back to human life. When do you think human life starts?
It's not these. So you see, this is the question. You're asking me to measure something again. It's the
It
disease.
can't be measured. You just hate making commitments. Say
That's why I'm not married.
I'm peeling this onion back a layer at a time. All your bullshit and happy target can't be measured like that. Is that to say measure it's a commitment. You don't even like a commitment when you answer a question.
I don't
As
know.
they say in golf, commit to the shot.
I don't know what it means to be measured.
You do know what it means to be measured. You're one of the leading currency traders, hedge fund guys, or stock market financial wizards. You're in the high priesthood of high finance.
Which is crazy to me that Steve Bannon is saying this. Steve Bannon, who knows Epstein very, very dearly, by the way. I think that goes under the radar for who's the most implicated in this, in all of this. Steve Bannon knows he's not some finance guru. Jeffrey Epstein didn't make his money in the markets independently through proper stock trading. It's not how he made any of his money. He made his money through high-side blackmail operations. So anyway, just kind of ridiculous from the Steve Bannon side of things to try to claim he's some sort of, high-level trader. That's not how he made any of his money.
You certainly know how to measure. That's why you're a billionaire. Any other answer besides that is total and complete bullshit. And you know it.
I know very few things.
You know things to be measured. You measure every day. You weigh and measure every day. You weigh and measure people. You weigh and measure leaders. You weigh and measure economies. You weigh and measure politics.
It's a very good.
You weigh and measure. You weigh.
Hang on.
Your whole life, in fact, is measuring.
So what you've now done is a great thing. Is you've used the word measure, a mathematic term, in the common vernacular, and abused it. So I don't even recognize what it means. It's so abusive.
I just want you to notice what you can feel it. What was the initial question he got asked? The initial question to this entire, and I think this is important to understand who this guy is. The initial question he was asked was, when does life begin? You could answer this in a few ways. At, contraception, brain fart. At birth, at 9 weeks. There's a lot of different answers you could have to this, but what did he do? He gave this like weird gaslighting, rambling, making you think he's some savant who's operating intellectually at a level 10 times higher than you are answer that actually doesn't even make any fucking sense and doesn't address the question whatsoever. And so this is conception. Sorry, guys. Inception. Yeah, conception. Thank you. But this is my point for someone like this. As you can see, this is the type of gaslighting, manipulative type of person that could engage in this type of blackmail with people, right? Making people think he's way smarter than he actually is. He's actually not that smart, I don't think. Again, I don't know directly, right? But just listening to him talk, this is kind of like, I'm just kind of like feeling out not who he was. Obviously, he's a disgusting, close as the devil as you can get, but his ability to manipulate people, the way he conversates with people, the way he gaslights people, I think is interesting for us to see that side of the curtains on this guy. Here's him talking about how the smartest people in the world don't know shit compared to him.
I'm in a privileged position to have some of the world's smartest people come to my house and tell me what they think about different subjects. And I finally realized that the thing that they had most in common was there was this area, no matter how smart they were, that when I asked them the questions, they said they'd have to resort to a 500 or 1,000-year-old response to that question, which was, I don't know.
You know who else found that out? Socrates. That's what Socrates kept doing, right?
This is great because you can tell Bannon comes back with, who else did that? Socrates. Epstein doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about.
Socrates kept asking all the experts. He would go through, question after question after question, and realize at the end they didn't really know. They really didn't basically understand.
I'm in a privileged position.
Later in the interview, he also talks about how he didn't know about Aristotle and a bunch of like other things Bannon asked him about, to where you're just like, wait, I thought this guy's supposed to be like one of the smartest people in the world. He sounds like a fucking idiot. I mean, just the way he talks. I don't see any high level intellect on this guy. This is actually a really interesting one too. This is a blooper outtake, but it's going to be important.
Working people, and there's a great social benefit. Would you
the
not
texting
agree? With having people having ownership in the system.
When you say ownership in the system, it doesn't mean.
Let's start over.
Okay.
Yeah. So flip
Sorry.
over your phone too, because
Yes.
I don't want anyone to see
Yes.
on your phone. So maybe flip it down or something.
Yeah, who knows what the fuck comes up with that phone?
That's correct.
We don't have send
KSA.
I can't even get.
All right, here what he said. Bannon said, who knows what the fuck comes up on that phone? And he smiles and he says, KSA. You guys know who do you guys know who KSA is? And that's a discussion from what, 2016, 2017? You guys know who KSA is that he's referring to that just texted him on his phone? Anybody in the chat know? There we go. John Rambo's knows. KSA is the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. That's the acronym for that. So what he's laughing about is while he's in that interview, he's getting text messaged by most likely the King of Saudi Arabia. I mean, talk about, by MBS. Talk about the level, what level this guy was operating on when it came to, I don't know, probably blackmailing and controlling world leaders. He literally just laughs. Yeah, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia just texted me in the middle of an interview. I mean, ooh, it's not good, guys. It's not good. Okay, we're gonna stop there for the interview. If you want to go watch it, it's all over the internet. Those were some of the biggest, like, creepy, weird ones that came out of it that I found so far. Next, we're gonna get into all of his spider hand little fucking involvement in everything, right? From social media to pushing trans ideologies to, I mean, laughing as he's talking about controlling the world with his J buddies, his interactions with Peter Thiel, trying to get Palantir involved into creating a surveillance state, potentially being one of the people that founded Bitcoin. It's like, this dude, it's so crazy how many, like, cookie jars this guy had his hands into, when it seems like he's just a fucking idiot. Like, at the end of the day, he doesn't seem like that smart of a dude. The more we see more of him talking and different things like that. So you have to ask yourself, how did he get all this power? How did he get all this leverage? How did he get all this money? It wasn't through markets. It wasn't through business. Well, where do you guys think he probably got all of his power, influence, and money? It's not a trick question. It's very, very easy and very, very obvious. And it's through being an intelligence asset. Obviously, as we know now, because he said it himself in hundreds of emails, for Mossad. and the CIA, most likely. All right, let's pivot. We're not really pivoting here. We're going to keep deep diving this, but maybe a little bit of humor. Not a whole lot of humor to be had, but we love to play Tim Dillon clips on here, and he's got a good one.
Can't talk about Jeffrey Epstein on TikTok, and they're passing laws in Florida telling you if you criticize. Now, by the way, can you get up the video of the woman who said something about the mayor of Miami and they just knocked on her door? Take a look here. It's the United States of America in Florida, Republican Florida. Let's take a look at this. There you go.
Picture to make sure it's you. We're not sure.
Okay.
Is that your account?
I refuse to answer questions without my lawyer present. So I really don't know how to answer that question
Okay,
either.
like I said, you're not
This
going
is
to jail.
freedom of speech. This is America.
By the way, stop that. Didn't J.D. Vance go to Europe and start talking about free speech and how embarrassing it is that Europeans didn't have free speech? Didn't he do that? This is Florida. It's Republican-controlled Florida, by the way. They're censoring your posts on TikTok. Anyone who's not criticizing this, anyone who's not calling this out, I cannot trust them.
Which is all of MAGA, by the way. All of MAGA. So we're going to also expand on that. Because what Tim's saying is he's not just making this up. He's not just saying you can't post about Big E. And there's a reason why I'm using code words, guys. Because they will immediately throttle these videos. They'll censor these videos. They'll demonetize these videos. You guys want to hear a little story about this video I put out? Let me show you. I can demonstrate it from my own. Hold on, let me pull it from my own channel here, guys. Stand by one sec. Here we go. I'll show you what happened. This is how hard social media accounts, YouTube, TikTok, everybody is trying to limit, censor, demonetize, and keep anyone from talking about this. All right, I'm gonna show you this. All right, so here's my YouTube channel. You guys see this video right here? Put this out 3 days ago. The new release files are horrific. Almost 420,000 views. Okay, that's obviously a lot. This video did very well. But what's interesting about this video is when I first put it out, I had the word Epstein in the title. And for the first 5 minutes, 10 minutes, it did almost 0 views, like 100 views, which for my channel that's like 1/20th of what it would do in that time frame. I took the word Epstein, as you guys saw here. I'll go back to it. Right. As you can see, it just says the new files released. The title just said the new Epstein files were released. And then I took the word Epstein out, and the video immediately throttled back up to my viewers. So YouTube is just with the word trying to throttle, demonetize, stop anyone from talking about this. Now, why would big tech be trying to censor this? And I'm going to pull this up. This is a real thing. Look at this. A couple days ago, new TikTok CEO says calling someone a Zionist will be seen as hate speech.
So if somebody were to use Zionist, of course you can use it in the sense of you're a proud Zionist. But if you're using it in the context of degrading somebody, calling somebody a Zionist as a dirty name, then that gets designated as hate speech to be moderated against. Over the course of 2024, we tripled the amount of accounts that we were banning for hateful activity. We also have, I think, over 24 Jewish organizations that are constantly feeding us intelligence and information when they spot violative trends. There is no finish line. There's no finish line to moderating hate speech, identifying hateful trends, trying to keep the platform safe. There's no such thing as an end game.
See? Directly out of the CEO of TikTok's fucking mouth. Right there. They're not even trying to hide it. They're literally telling all of us, yes, we will limit this. We will censor this. We don't want any of you guys talking about this. And so the question is, why? Why? Why would Meta, Google, TikTok, why would all of these social media platforms be trying to shut this story down? Why do you guys think? Why do you guys think they would be trying to shut down the biggest story in, I don't know, the last 30 years in America? Well, I would bet if I had to guess, it's who's primarily involved and the things that are saying. And who's primarily involved? Well, a group of Satanist cabal, put another religion in there on top of it. That's who the vast majority of the files are about, ladies and gentlemen. So, and also who owns Meta? Who owns or operates Google? Who owns TikTok? Do you guys know? You guys know? Because it's the same group of people that owns all of them. Paramount, CBS, TikTok, Google, Meta, go down the line. It's all of them. Other than Twitter, you got Elon, and we thought with Elon, he's the guy. He's the bastion of free speech. He can't be involved. Well, it turns out Elon technically wasn't involved, not because Elon didn't want to be involved. In fact, we know now Elon was begging to go to the child island. Begging. But Elon was too fucking lame. That's the real story. Elon was such a fucking loser nerd that he was told by Big E and Maxwell, sorry, guy, I know you want to come to the parties, but you're not invited. Isn't that amazing? The one guy on social media you thought, no. He wanted to be involved. He was just too much of a loser to be involved. Now, let's start deep diving. Let's start deep diving to see what all this guy was involved in. Quite a bit, it turns out. So, yes, Epstein discussed pushing. I'm not even going to say the word because I'll tell you in this episode, guys, we are flying real close to the sun. That's why we're using a lot of code words. But anyway, pushing this on minors with American biologists. So, yes, here's the email. As Big E says, it's very simple. I will compare male to female with female to male. With greater molecular control over development, we are increasingly capable of producing novel phenotypes, more feminine men, by blocking testosterone receptors or castration, and at the same time increasing estrogen production. The one blocks male features, the second encourages female features, more masculine women, heavy testosterone dosage, incredible external effects, heavily bearded men. You would never guess they had a female bone in their body. So yes, now, it's almost like, guys, it's so crazy to me that we've been told that this specific group of people was behind that. It was behind the civil rights movement. It was behind the DEI movement. It was behind the push towards open borders. It was behind what we just talked about. And we all said, that's a conspiracy. Those are conspiracies. Those are conspiracies. The craziest thing. Oh, yes, he is. Don't worry. We're going to get to our POTUS here in the episode and his involvement. Don't worry. But the point is, guys, it's like every single stereotype that we laughed about, tinfoil hat wise, oh, that can't be true. Every single one is corroborated in the files. Every single one. It's just, that might be the most shocking thing. And here we go. Let's see out of his own fucking mouth, right? This isn't me making this up. This is them. This is them saying it, and they're caught red-handed because it's the elites, the elite group that we tinfoil hat say runs the world. Well, what do they say? Well, Big E says in 2018 email, he says or recounts laughing about how Jays control the world. Okay, so Big E says, at my dinner table, I asked, why are you right-wing guys so anti-Semitic? One said, historically, we all know it's actually been the Jays behind the government's actually pulling the strings. I said, like who, ? And one pointed at me, and they all started to roar with laughter. Me? ? And And one guy said, how do you explain in only 3 days there have been princes, prime ministers, and other ministers, emissaries, plus 2 U.S. presidents of world bodies here? Guilty! Exclamation mark. So funny. Wish you were here. That's not me saying it. That's not Nick Fuentes saying it, right? That's not Sneeko saying it. That's not Jake Shields saying it. That's them fucking saying it. It's right there for you, laughing their asses off about it, right? This is what I'm saying. The files are verifying every. We're not done, guys. We're just going to keep going. I got so much good stuff for you tonight. Here's more. It's going to get deeper. Jeffrey Epstein, or Big E, I shouldn't say that word, told Peter Thiel that he represented the Rothschilds, which is not surprising, actually, and was hoping to help them move into the tech space. Huh. Isn't that interesting what we're all worried about right now with Palantir, huh? Presumably using Thiel's experience. More emails between Peter Thiel and Big E. Certainly not in Saudi. Just think I will avoid the Middle East for the next decade or so. Should be back on the East Coast late April, May, sometime in New York City. But Big E said, as you probably know, this was to Peter Thiel. Sorry, I should have done this one the other way. I represent the Rothschilds. Are you guys here with me? What we're talking about in this email? This is him just straight up saying it. All of the crazy conspiracy theories for the last 200 years about the Rothschilds, right? Here it is. As you probably know, I represent the Rothschilds. I was hoping to figure out a way that the bank, or the bank, obviously the Rothschild World Bank, that has 160 billion in management can do something in tech. Best client list in the world. Prehistoric products. It can wait. Good luck in China. What was Peter Thiel doing in China? Don't know. I'll be in Europe again, 2028, then on the island. So if you want to come around, the world is going west. Come to the island. Or if you would like to meet in the Saudi at the end of the month. So yes, you guys know Peter Thiel, right? Yes, J.D. Vance's daddy, who is trying to usher in a surveillance state. Oh, isn't that weird that the Rothschilds, on behalf of Big E, are working with Peter Thiel and Palantir to bring in the surveillance state. That's another big tinfoil hat conspiracy that not most people here, everybody else said, that's ridiculous. That'll never happen. That's not actually going on. There's the emails directly between the two of them. Also, why, guys, J.D. Vance just became the biggest red flag for 2028. Because he owes everything in his career to Peter Thiel. He's Peter Thiel's creation, little lab creation. And now we know this. Okay. But it gets... God, it's just so crazy how much is in this that just, again, reshapes the entire world of everything we talk about. That now we're saying, oh, of course, here's another one. So, ISIS and Al-Qaeda are assets of Mossad. It's confirmed. Now, we've talked about that on this channel all the time. But no, now there's actual emails that are also demonstrating this. This is kind of hard to see, kind of zoomed in. Oh, yeah, here it says, Turkey gives, I'll have to read it. It's hard to see here. Turkey gives us a heads up on Iraqi recruits slaughter. Russia gives Erdogan a heads up on the coup. It gives us pass on ISIS to Palmyra. Assad has no support. This is talking about overthrowing Syria using, ISIS and Al-Qaeda and different stuff like that. But essentially what they're getting into and what they're talking about here is that, yes, all of these documents are now demonstrating and showing that terrorist organizations, Sunni terrorist organizations like ISIS and Al-Qaeda were actually paid for and funded by Mossad. That's actually not new news. We talk about this a lot, but the fact that there is literally emails between the Prime Minister of Israel, the former Prime Minister of Israel, and Big E literally talking about it and how to leverage it against foreign countries. It's just like every single thing that's been a conspiracy. Also, what would this mean? Let's back up. What would this also mean? Well, if Al-Qaeda is just a funded extension of Mossad, who carried out 9/11, guys? Do you guys remember the official story? The official story. A bunch of pissed off people from the Middle East, most specifically Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden, who is running that through Saudi Arabia, right? Saudi Arabia, the same place that Big E got a phone call from while he was in the middle of an interview. So it's basically just an admittance that, and I can't even, there's so many things I can't talk about because I'm just going to get this episode hammered. But what happened in 2001 is pretty much being verified by these emails confirming what we all thought, that our dancing greatest allies were behind that as well. Just another conspiracy whopped off, no longer a conspiracy, thanks to the files. It's actually insane. Again, as we work through this, how many of these emails just corroborate what we were told were conspiracies? They're just no longer conspiracies. Actually crazy. Now, I'm going to bring up this picture here. Important picture. What is this? Behind the big dog? Big E. That is the Talmud, the full Talmud. You know, the scriptures that explain how Jesus Christ is burning in his own feces and excrement in hell, and the Virgin Mary is a whore. Those scriptures. Yeah, he just happens to have those right there behind him. And his name, his Big E's bank accounts were named after Baal. Mock Goyim, explicitly in emails. We've seen thousands of those now. And yeah, it's all right there, guys. None of it's really hidden. Let's look at some more. We know Big E had big ties in Africa as he was working with the French and our greatest ally to traffic weapons. By the way, that was in the first release of the Epstein files. But it turns out Big E refused to donate to Africa because the idea that every life is equal is Christian at its worst. Should we reread that to really understand who these people are? Epstein refused to donate to Africa because, in quotes, the idea that every life is equal is Christianity at its worst. Wow. And yes, here is the email that verifies that. You see here? I don't want him to ask me about support for African causes. He only asks and pontificates and offers us little, but his paternal advice on subjects we really don't give a shit about. Nice. Yup. That seems like a good guy. Oh, by the way, guys, let's just take a little pause. And remind ourselves, who was this guy's best friend for 15 years? From about 1985. No, it was about 1989 to 2004. You guys remember who his best friend, and not just he admits to who his best friend, and also whose best friend said, Big E is my best friend. You guys remember who that was? Who was his best friend for 15 years? Who was it, chat? Yep. There it is. And we're going to get to that. You know, maybe stuff like this. you know, just there's a lot. Costume party. I actually thought this was funny because I was going to make a joke about how this was actually Rob O'Neill. Have you guys seen the Fox News? Rob O'Neill gets super pissed off when the memes about the masked guy on Fox News that's always on there that looks just like Rob O'Neill. I was going to make a joke that this was actually Rob O'Neill, but as you can see, that's very clearly Donald Trump. You can tell by the eyes and also the back of the hair here. Anyway, just being creepy, just being fucking creepy in 1988 together, you know. Keep in mind, that's this guy's best friend. All of this gross, disgusting shit we're talking about. Okay, now I want to take a quick super chat break before we jump into this part of the episode because I did a lot of digging for this. And it's going to be good. It's going to be good when I show you guys all of these disgusting old clips from Hollywood, dozens of them. So, yes, we're going to get into the lasagna gate side of things here next, but I don't want to fall too far behind because it looks like a big show tonight. Okay, let's hit a couple super chats so we don't fall too far behind. Then we're jumping straight into the Hollywood PDF cabal and how disgusting these motherfuckers are and how blatantly they have been shoving it in our faces for 30 years. And we just apparently didn't get it, that they were telling the truth. But yeah. All right. Let's hit some super chats. Not too many, and then we'll jump right back into the show. I just don't want to fall too far behind. All right. Cinemaker says, you know who else built their influence platform on Save the Children for a few years and now suddenly can't find a voice for children? A Green Beret brother of yours and former VA politician. He's been getting drug on our channel and not by me, but by Nick's been getting heavily drugged the last couple episodes. Actually, ever since the new files released, I've had about, I don't know how many comments, guys, just shitting on Nick. And I said so myself in the last episode. I hate to say it because used to be a fan of his content. He's a fellow first grouper, but he is so silent. He is so silent as that Christian masculine figure that's there to protect women and children. Not a fucking word. Not a fucking word about the pedophile ring. Isn't that interesting? Super, super disappointing, especially since, you know, dole do oppresso liber, to free the oppressed is the motto of the Green Berets. Yeah, I think he's probably lost that, it's turned out. But that's what shilling for politicians does to you, I guess. Sad to see. But yeah, a lot of people on the channel are not happy with him at all in my community, just because of how, you know, he's supposed to be that guy, and it turns out he's not that guy. MAGA doth protest too much. Sound is good. Thank you. Super sticker. Thank you. Dave says YouTube sometimes bugs the sound when you click on the video and you have to replay start from video. Interesting. Thank you. Keep up the good old work. Thank you, Matt. All right. John says one of the worst movies in political history is the repealing of Glass-Steagall. It was given to certain members of society. I'm not aware of that. You see Sean Ryan's response to that sus camp? Yeah, I talked to him earlier about it. Yeah, Sean, is Sean not just getting sued by the worst people in the world? Like, I gotta give Sean credit. Fucking awesome for him to just keep rolling. But like, he's gotten sued in the last 3 weeks by Dan Crenshaw and a Christian camp of pedophiles. That's who he's getting sued by. So Sean's out there crushing it, just collecting lawsuits like they're Pokemon. And he's not folding. That's what I love about Sean, is he just came out with a big middle finger and says, fucking try it, bitch, you fucking PDFs. So yeah, we support him 1,000% on that. All right. American Citizen says Donnie and Jeffrey were BFFs. Do MAGA voters take ownership who they place into power? No. So that what they don't is because what they say is Donald Trump, he kicked Jeffrey Biggie out of Mar-a-Lago in 2004. So that means he's exonerated. But we're like, hey, but they were best friends for 15 years before that. And so, no, that's not how any of that works. Because all of the bad stuff was happening back in that era when they were best friends. So, no. You and Sean need to join forces. JSOC podcast. That would be a good one. 15. Oh, Bobby says 15 minutes in, I already feel like I need a shower. What a freaking sleaze. It's going to get worse, guys. It's going to get a lot grosser and a lot worse in this next section. I promise you. If you feel grossed out already, we're about to get real uncomfortable. Oh, I'm telling you guys, the stuff I pulled up, and these are clips like that I'm going to show you from back in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. Ugh. Ugh, I know it's coming. That's why I'm grossed out. All right, Jake the Crypto Snake says, the fact that Bannon is implicated in this is my favorite part. Him and Epstein starting the QAnon stuff, and Alex Jones claiming years ago knowing who started QAnon means Alex has controlled opposition or compromise. You know, I saw a crazy meme about Alex, and I like Alex, but Alex has been ranting about a Satanist cabal that runs the world, that is sacrificing children and eating their bodies and drinking their blood for 25, if not 30 years. And when he's finally proven right, he simps for Trump. Like, dude, you were 30 years ahead of your time, and when you were finally proven right, you folded. Oh, how? Like, you know, it's just like, dude, you grinded so hard for so long, and then you just turn into a bootlicker. How does that happen? How does that happen? I don't know. It sucks to see. Sucks to see because I'm a fan of Alex, but that's what he's doing, you know? All right. 2 or 3 more, and then we're jumping straight into the next part of the show. Ghislaine was the mastermind. I don't know if she's the mastermind. I don't think either of them are the mastermind. I don't think Biggie or Maxwell is the mastermind, but I think Maxwell was definitely the main one operating the trafficking side of the ring, because as a woman, as a madame, it's a lot easier to recruit females that way. And so I do think she was the brains of the operation on the on that side of it, for sure. For sure. Shame on you, you anti-Semite. I don't care anymore. I almost feel like that's a compliment. After everything we're learning, and I'm showing you what they're saying, I almost feel like that's a good thing. It's like, are we there at that point in 2026? We're like, hey, yeah, that means you don't support pedophilia. Okay. Yeah, you can call me that all day long, I guess. Because I'm just grossed out by these people and what they've been doing for the last 50 years. You're talking about Trump or Epstein. Neither were brilliant. Both had mad, baffling with BS talent. Yeah, that's true. All right, one more and we're going back. All right, Big E comes out of nowhere and gets all his power. His buddy DJ T comes out of nowhere politically and gets all that power. No coincidence. Yeah, I don't think there's any coincidence in that. Okay, here we go. Ugh. We got to jump into the gross stuff. Oh, surprise. Hilariously, guys, this is what we were literally just talking about this, and this is how we're going to kick off the next part of the show. Here we go.
We've got Epstein emails about there's one piece of pizza for 7 people. It's got a great glow. It's really excited about it. You're going to really love it. So people say, man, last time I'm seeing shadows. I'm freaked out. I can't take part. Oh, you don't know how to enjoy this. It's just like Podesta, 3 kids being delivered to your hot tub for your pleasure, 7, 9, and 11. That's all confirmed. And there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. These people are psychotics. They are sociopaths. They have no, to them, you don't even get in the club unless and I told you, it's not just 14-year-old girls. That's the gateway drug, okay? That's like marijuana compared to Oxycontin. They talk about ritual murder, torture, drinking blood, cannibalism. These are real emails that are Jeffrey Epstein's, okay? See, I told you, it ain't just screwing 14-year-old girls. It is killing babies.
He was right. Alex is right. He's been talking about that for 30 years. But he's using his platform to try to defend Donald Trump now, which is when he's very... And here's the other thing, guys. Let's say, hypothetically, that President Trump didn't have a name. His name was not in the files once. He had absolutely nothing to do with Big E. This is all hypotheticals. Obviously, this isn't true. We know they're best friends. We know he's deeply, deeply involved. But hypothetically, let's say he had no involvement. He would still be a disgusting piece of shit because he's using his power to protect everyone in those files. So not only is he actually implicated him, and he was actually obviously or allegedly raping 13-year-old girls, he's using his presidential power and everything he can do to protect the people in the files, which to me makes you just as bad and just as guilty as everybody else in it. Even if hypothetically he was involved. What he was. But that's to my point with that. Okay, let's start jumping into all of the old clips, guys. These people have been talking about this stuff for decades right in front of our face. It never made any sense. The stuff they would talk about never made any sense to us, but it does now.
You've been to my house. We've had pizza. Girl after my own heart. Do we love a pizza or what? We love a pizza.
Her parties are incredible at her house, too.
Yeah. She does have good parties, and she makes good pizza as well.
She makes great pizza.
Wonderful pizza.
No one can seem to agree on anything anymore except for two things: pizza and us. And us. People were eating the fucking pizza, going crazy. Oh my God, I taste the cheeses, Jerry. I taste the cheeses.
If you want to see.
And don't worry, I mean, there's guys, we're just gonna go and go and go. It's not like these are one or twosie clips. These people have been talking about this nonstop for a long time.
Pancake is to have the consistency of young human flesh.
It's spongy, it has life to it.
You're with a guy with brightly colored undergarments, and you got soft human flesh in front of you. You're in a weird place.
I'm looking forward to this. This is really, really going to be great.
All right, now, first of all, this is Jerry Seinfeld saying this to Jimmy Fallon. Now, who says something like that in the first place? Has it ever crossed any of your minds to compare pancakes with young human flesh? Now, for those of us who are aware and awake, we understand that they always put the truth in plain sight, and they use it in sort of a joking manner.
You're
they
gonna
need
see
to
a lot of that.
disclose what they're doing, and this is how they do it. For a lot of us, this doesn't come as a surprise, but for those who don't quite know yet, just do a little bit of digging, and you'll be pretty surprised.
We're gonna keep moving, guys. It's when I started digging, it's insane. I mean, I know what to say. Oh, it froze? Am I here still? Check. Chat. Am I here? Chat, can you hear me? It looks good to me. Am I back? We have never had, on my end, guys, mic's good, audio's good, video's good, internet's good. We've had the mic get taken down. Okay. All right, let me pull that back up. Did we not see that? That was an important one to watch. All right, let's redo this one, okay? This is a really important one to watch. If you guys didn't see it, I don't know where we froze. Okay. Let me know. Let me know if audio's good and you guys can see the clip, because it's an important one.
Circles of friends that you guys have.
Are we good?
You told a story about going and having pizza at the Clooney's in Lake Como.
Yeah, that's all in Aniston.
This is, somebody said, who cares what Asmongold says? This isn't about what Asmongold says. Watch the fucking clip. Dipshit.
Like George and I would love you to come over for pizza, but
how was the pizza? Was it good?
Oh,
what did he make it
Amal's
himself?
pizza was better than Clooney's. They both made. Everybody made a certain kind of pizza.
There's no pizza we didn't love.
Something that he does.
5 different kinds. 5 different kinds or 6 different kinds of pizza, and Clooney's was excellent. Amal's was the winner.
Thank you very much for this prestigious award. To show my appreciation, I am inviting you all to a pizza party tonight at Jennifer Aniston's house. I'll see you there.
It is.
All right. How many? Somebody saying that video is not real? All of these videos are real. All of them. These are old drug up clips from the internet, big dog. I know you're probably MAGA, Tiffany, and you're not happy about this. But no, unfortunately, all of these clips are real. These are not AI, and they're old. And I can show you. A lot of these are famous clips, by the way. Very famous clips that were just now, as we retroactively watch them back. This is a famous clip, by the way. But as we retroactively watch them back, it's a little bit different now.
Tell us the secret about Steven Spielberg. He eats babies, whole babies.
And that person happens to be a Hollywood mogul. And that person needs to be exposed. But unfortunately, I can't be the one to do it. But the person that knows who did it and knows who he is watching right now, I guarantee you.
Also, I mean, man, looking back on Corey Feldman, we owe that dude an apology. We owe a lot of some of these celebrities apologies. Mel Gibson, Corey Feldman, who have been trying to tell the world about this for a long, long time. We owe them apologies for sure.
It was a circle of older men that surrounded themselves around this group of kids.
I may end up running off with you myself, you know.
That's what Steven says.
It's Steven Spielberg?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a good director, isn't he?
Yeah.
You tell us the secret about Steven.
Yeah, Steven Spielberg, another big problem. Let's keep watching. Again, guys, these are all from the 80s, 90s, 2000s clips that we just assumed they were joking. But, guys, they weren't joking. Also, Isaac Cappy got killed for this, as far as I understand.
Is a pedophile. Oh, I'm not going to talk about Tom Hanks either, who is also a pedophile. There's this girl, Sarah Ruth Ashcraft, on Twitter, who has been accusing Tom Hanks of raping her when she was 13. Her dad sold her to Tom Hanks. It is so rampant. It is so bad. But watch for the symbolism, because these people out themselves with the symbols.
They do. And they've been very, very open and forward about it. Now that we're looking back at this stuff, it's, again, guys, I told you there's a lot. We got a lot to get through still. Just disgusting old clips I've been digging up. Let's watch this. Again, Corey Feldman, who's been trying to expose all these fucking pedos for a long time. This was a while back. This is another famous clip. I remember, I've seen this clip dozens of times over the last 10 years.
I'm saying that there are people that were the people that did this to both me and Corey that are still working. They're still out there, and they're
super
some of the
famous
richest,
clip.
most powerful people in this business.
And they are.
And they do not want me saying what I'm saying right now.
Are you saying that they're pedophiles?
Yes.
And that they're still in this business?
Yes.
That's what. Yeah, and that's what you're saying in your book. When you talk, you're damaging an entire industry.
Do you hear what Barbara said there? You're damaging an entire industry.
Sorry, I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to say that it's a very important, serious topic. Because in sunglasses,
you're damaging an entire industry.
It's gross, guys. I mean, it's again, this has not been, it's not like we haven't heard about this stuff. People have been trying to out this stuff. This stuff has been right in front of everybody's faces this entire time.
You believe that children are being abused by pedophiles in Hollywood.
Absolutely.
So why are you sitting down talking to me? Why aren't you sitting down with the police right now?
I've told the police. In fact, if anybody wants to go back to 1993 when I was interviewed by the Santa Barbara Police Department, I sat there and I gave them the names. They're on record. They have all of this information, but they were scanning Michael Jackson. All they cared about was trying to find something on Michael Jackson.
Who you said, by the way, did not abuse you.
Who Michael?
Also, you know who wasn't in the files? Michael Jackson. Another person we're going to see as we work our way through this. Also probably deserves, even though he's dead, an apology and exoneration.
Who was innocent.
You've said you've had death threats.
Yes.
Because you have this information and
Yes.
have threatened to expose it. Another reason, I think, to go to police, that's a crime, to threaten someone's life.
I've gone to the police with that as well.
And what would be wrong with going to the police now again Didn't work out in Santa
There's a
Barbara.
statute of limitations, Matt, in the state of California, which protects people. It's not that way in New York. It's that way only where the movie industry is, conveniently enough, in California. That's the seriousness of this. You cannot, because if I were to go to the police, I would be the one who's getting sued.
Yep. Again, guys, this is not, I can't believe somebody actually said these are fake videos. These are all old, very, very well-known videos. Let's keep moving. Guys, I did a lot of work to pull all this shit up so we can see how disgusting these people are and how long they've been doing it.
Suck babies' blood. And put it on my face.
I eat children. How old are you? 12. Oh, okay. Only to 10.
What are you pushing into the skin? Well, you push in whatever the facialist would like to insert into your pores. But what is it? It is an extraction from a piece of skin that came from a young person.
A dead baby, by the way.
Far, far away. And they somehow figured out how to extract. It's foreskin from a Korean baby.
There you go.
That's what it is.
Suck.
Guys, it's insane how many of these there are. Like we're gonna keep doing them because I want you guys to see this. Just all of these people and how they've been saying it to us. They've been saying it out loud. They haven't been hiding anything.
Yes, we do consume each other's blood on occasion for ritual purposes only. It is used for a reason, and it is controlled where it's like, let's shed a few drops of blood and each drink it. He's much more haphazard and hectic and chaotic, where he's willing to just like cut his chest open with broken glass and be like, take my soul. Let me bleed on you. It doesn't not happen, let me tell you. Maybe not exactly like that, but a version of that has happened many times. But yes, we do consume each other.
Okay, let's keep moving. Here's Shirley Temple. Well, this has got to be what? In the 80s? You guys know Shirley Temple, right? See what she had to say.
I left Fox. I went to MGM for one picture. Thank goodness, only one. And when I got there with my mother, we were separated. She went into the office of Louis B. Mayer, and I went into the office of Arthur Freed. And he was going to talk to me about a movie he wanted to put me in. I'm 12 years old, you know. And I thought he was a producer, but instead he was an exhibitor. And I'd never seen anyone naked before, except myself. So I had no clue about what was happening. And so it struck me so funny, I laughed at him. And I laughed uproariously. I had tears, you know, and he got infuriated. And he said, out, 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 go.
Did you tell your mother?
Well, I was very quiet. I went down and met her in the lobby of the administration building. She came out very quietly from Louis B. Mayer's office, and we walked hand in hand silently to the car, which was unusual. We got in the car driving home. I said, Mom, you won't believe what happened to me. And I told her what happened, and she got kind of quiet. She said, well, you don't know what happened to me. And Louis B. Mayer wasn't as bad as Freed was to me.
You tried
but he came on to my mother. And so we both decided that we didn't like.
Now, oh, my bad, guys. I'm switching it over here. Oh, that's not blown up enough. You guys remember, before I show you this, well, let's back up a little bit. That was supposed to be bigger. You guys remember Rob Reiner, sadly, was just killed by his son in that vicious murder, his wife and him. And you may have remembered them talking about how psychotic and, you know, how much drug addiction their son had gone through, right? Here's obvious. I mean, you could see how fucking crazy he is. Now, you may be asking yourself, when this happened, what could cause somebody's son to do this, right? So horrific. Stabbed his parents to death. Horrific murder. Well, you know, that's a good question. Maybe it had something to do with this. Let's find out. This is gross, guys. Again, it's just, there's so much, but here we go. Here's Rob Reiner. This is, I believe, in the late 80s.
Carl started inviting many of his famous friends to son. And that list includes some of the greats in comedy. On a typical night, Carl would slip into Rob's bed.
There is never, ever.
Okay, so did you guys catch that? You guys all catch that? What he said? Said Rob Reiner would invite all his comedian buddies to fuck his son. And that Rob Reiner, again, do we need to see that one again? Because again, this one was pretty dark, but you may not have caught it right when he said it at the beginning. Watch that one more time, just to make sure. Because again, keep in mind, like I said, their son brutally murdered him and his wife this year, right? Remember that. Let's listen again to how he starts this.
Carl started inviting many of his famous friends to son. And that list includes some of the greats in comedy. On a typical night, Carl would slip into Rob's bed.
There is no.
You can't understand what he said? That's not a joke. That's disgusting. Oh, JD said Carl is Rob's dad. Yeah, but I think the extension from that is the suggestion, obviously, that was passed down to the son. Right? That series of abuse. So that's the idea behind that, right? Supposedly Rob Reiner was raped by a bunch of his dad's comedians' friends. And so we don't know what potentially happens with Rob and his son, but just some things to think about, right? When you talk about why might of their son psychotically broke and potentially, killed the family. I don't know. We don't know. But again, that's the type of gross shit that's going on in Hollywood, right? And we still got more. Still got more. We're going to keep going because it's just all of them. I told you in the title, it's all of them. It's all of them. And man, I'm a big Brad Pitt fan. What does he have to say?
It took me to my adult years or leaving home where I could really try on something different for myself. That was Satanism. It's working out really well. I made a pact. The movie came out so well.
So he's joking about being a Satanist. Which, again, all of these things we're hearing, and I'll show you some more, that we're supposed to think are jokes, right? These are jokes. They're all jokes. They're jokes, but they don't really seem to be jokes anymore following the new file release. Here's another one. Remember Ashton Kutcher? He's been on the run with his wife, Mila Kunis, since the last Epstein files got released. Remember this old gem from when Hillary Duff was a child? Here we go.
Is in Lizzie McGuire. She also has an album out. She's going to be in a movie called Cheaper by the Dozen. And she's one of the girls that we're all waiting for to turn 18.
Wow.
Along with the Olsen twins. Any 15-year-old wants Drop is in
one more time from Ashton.
She also has an album out. She's going to be in a movie called Cheaper by the Dozen. And she's one of the girls that we're all waiting for to turn 18. Along with the Olsen twins. Any 15-year-old wants.
That's gross. But you want to get it even grosser? There's somebody you guys may know that's supposed to be, one of the conservative big names in the space back in the day. You guys know who Dennis Prager is? You guys know who Dennis Prager is? Let's see him talk about how C porn, as long as it's animated, is okay.
No child is being used. It's all animated, and he
Would you use the word evil of animated child pornography? Because
No,
I certainly
I
would.
no, I would use evil only with behavior. You didn't do evil if you thought evil. You did
If
evil
I'm
if you
masturbating
committed.
to animated pictures of pornography, I'm not doing something evil.
That's correct.
Yeah, I think that's despicable. Yeah.
Okay, so that's fucking gross. And of course he's a J, right? Of course he thinks that masturbating to sea porn is fine as long as it's animated and there's nothing evil about that. That's Dennis Prager from Prager University. So there you go. That's fucking gross. Again, I'm sorry that we got to see so many of these, but this is also a very, very good clip. All right. This is pretty powerful. This is another one of those that nobody listened to when it came out. And this is one of the a former member of the CIA talking about this.
Children are not just kidnapped and in some cases bred by families as a cash crop. We have people in the United States of America that breed children in order to sell them. And when they are sold, they come without birth certificates, which means it's easier to kill them and have no one ask where they are. We're also importing children by the plane load. Again, children who have no documentation. It's not just child slavery or child sex abuse. It's also child torture because you have adrenalized blood. You have the whole blood drinking ceremony of the satanic world. It's also the use of children for harvesting body organs. And then you have ritual ceremonies and ritual murder, as well as incidental murder. Most organizations that end up being used to prey on children, Oxfam is a recent example, all of the United Nations organizations, the Boy Scouts of America, all of the child services agencies across the United States of America, they did not start out as organizations to prey on children, but they attract pedophiles. And ultimately, pedophiles end up rising in the ranks and controlling those organizations.
And the government, it turns out, and our own government, it turns out, should not be shocking to anyone that that's going on. Now, the crazy thing is somebody said open borders. This is another good point. I want to talk about this. You guys know the fact during the Biden administration, there was 300,000 children that were unaccounted for, that they had no idea where they disappeared to, right? You guys remember that? Well, I think we're starting to understand potentially what is happening to all these children. I think based off of the new files release, we're starting to understand that what all of these people have been saying and trying to blow the whistle on has been true. There's really no, and we're not at the point of conspiracy or tinfoil hat anymore. We know all of these things are happening. We know now that they were doing all this stuff to these young women and children and young boys in a lot of cases. There's no more discussion about it, of whether it happened or not. And I mean, this one was even grosser. Another Asmongold clip, even though some people like him. I love Asmongold. I think I wish he would get off the MAGA bootlicking, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Another good clip.
All these babies, nobody knows what happened to any of these babies. But there's the George Bush eating there's actually, so are you telling me that there is a possibility that there is a satanic pedophile elite that's raping young girls, forcing them to give birth, and then taking the babies and then sacrificing and eating the babies? Like, all the...
Yeah, we're realizing that's true. And it's also corroborated. You know, we, in the last Epstein file release, I don't know if you guys remember this, but there was the documents talking about how Trump was implicated in one of the teenagers that he raped, murdering that young woman's baby and throwing it off of a boat. Do you guys remember that? That was in the last files release. That sounded so crazy and ridiculous. There's no way. Fast forward to the new release, and you're like, oh, yeah, that's what these people do. That's what they've been doing. There's not really any more hiding it. Ugh, I know. It's fucking, this is gross stuff. All right, I want to jump a little bit more into involvement. Who Big E was involved with. We know, obviously, this little fucker this guy needs to be drug in and put in prison. Gates, put him in goddamn prison. I would call for a little bit more extreme than that, but I don't want to get my YouTube channel shut down. But yeah, the things we're learning. But anyway, it turns out in a 2017 email, Bill Gates discussed plans for pandemic simulations with Jeffrey Epstein. And here's the emails for this. All right, we're not going to read all the way through them, but the idea is that, yes, they wanted to potentially start testing out simulations for what a worldwide pandemic would look like and how they would, potentially operate around that or develop the vaccines for. Now, why might Big E be working with Bill Gates on preparing for a pandemic in 2018? What happened just 2 years after that? Oh, there was a worldwide pandemic. It's almost like they knew that was going to happen before it happened. It's almost like the entire thing was fabricated, not fabricated because it was real, but designed by the same ultra-rich satanic PDFs that we're talking about everything else with. You guys shocked? You guys shocked to see that? I'm not. Let's, who else we got going on? Oh, we got, if you guys haven't seen, Jay-Z and Pusha T. They, I'm not going to even read these because it's so gross. Okay, you can read these yourself if you got time. You can just Google them. Those are FBI documents. But these two decided to hang out with Big E and Harvey Weinstein and drug and are a woman. Plus, God, you can only imagine this dude, Jay-Z, has been, now that we're actually going back, he's pretty much only been with underage girls. He got with Beyonce when Beyonce was 16. Did you guys know that? Did you guys know he started dating Beyonce when she was 16 years old? Well, neither of them are doing very well because, yes, we've heard that they've fled the country. Jay-Z deleted his social medias completely. As you can see here, this is actually, these numbers aren't that bad because they're 2 days ago. Beyonce's lost, I believe, around 20 million followers on Instagram. Jay-Z lost almost 4 million. Of his 4.4, he's down to around 1 million, and he has now deleted everything off of his social medias. Now, if you were innocent, is that the way you would behave? Is that the way you guys would behave? Would you bounce out of the country and delete all your social medias once you got exposed? Probably not. I would say that's probably something that people that are very, very guilty do. Let's go back a long ways. How long has this stuff been going on and has it been being talked about? Let's talk about, I don't know, Gerald Ford. That goes pretty far back, right? Let's take a look at this conversation. And again, this has been all out in the public eye for everybody to see, just nobody ever believed any of it.
Gerald Ford is not a pedophile per se. He's what I refer to as trisexual. He'll try anything. Any age, anybody, anytime, anywhere, just as long as he had control. Because he had a perversion of power, in addition to his interest in mind control. Therefore, it was Gerald Ford who came out to our house and explained to my father how to raise me in the project according to government specifications. My father had been caught sending this child pornography through the U.S. mails, and therefore he was approached and told that if he sold me into that project, that he would gain immunity from prosecution. My father remains free from prosecution to date for so-called reasons of national security.
Did you hear that? Oh, I love this clip. I love this clip because it's from 50 years ago. And it's a young woman talking about how her father sold her essentially into sex slavery, much just like what was happening with Big E. But I love what she says there. Her father was protected for what? For reasons of national security. Where else have we heard that? Where else have we heard that we have to protect the PDFs for reasons of national security? Oh, that's right. Pam Bondi and Kash Patel. Remember? They said anything that goes against, anything that could harm national security, we have to redact and we can't tell you who it was. Right? Same playbook 50 years later. Just word for word. Exact same playbook. Let's keep going, guys. There's so many. I'm sorry I got to do this, but it's good. It's good for us all to see who all these people are. Now, this gentleman here in the middle, who's just had photos of him released, which we're going to see here in a second, of him with a very, very young girl in the Epstein files. Who is he? Oh, he is the director of the new Melania movie. You guys know the new Melania movie? Yeah, one of Trump's good friends. Let's see what he's up to.
The picture came out of you with Jeff.
Hold on, let's restart real quick. Make sure we get to the beginning of this. Here we go.
She came out of you with Jeffrey Epstein with two apparently young women in it. What is your response to that picture? And what is your response to the wider scandal of the Epstein files?
Oh, well, that picture in particular happened around 20 years ago. Out of 19, 20 to 21 years ago, because that is a photograph of my fiance.
Okay, let's stop. He's claiming this girl, who very clearly is probably about 13 years old, as we can tell, is his fiance. Great question by Pierce. Let's see what he has to say in the next part of the video.
Who invited me to this event, and that's where the picture was taken. I was never been in contact with Jeffrey Epstein before that photo, and I was never in contact with him after.
You guys are going to love this. Stand by.
So that's a picture of me and my fiance at some event.
Wow. So who was the fiance, if you don't mind me asking?
She doesn't want me sharing her name in the case, but that's my fiance, 100%.
Good on Pierce for asking that. Who's your fiance? She doesn't want to be made public, so I can't share my fiance's name from 20 years ago. What are you talking about, dude? You're a public figure and you can't talk about who your fiance's name was from 20 years ago? But you want us to believe that wasn't a 14-year-old girl? Really, bud? It's like, but again, keep in mind, that's the guy who just directed Trump's movie for his wife. The one that just came out. Same guy. Cool. Here's another good one. I want you guys to see this. I thought about this earlier today. When we look back at the last 80 years following World War II, who are the bad guys in the world? Who are we told? China, Russia, Iran. Those are the bad guys. Well, you see here, Iran didn't R the kids. China didn't R the kids. Russia didn't R the kids. Venezuela didn't R the kids. You know who did? This country did. Isn't that interesting? These countries aren't blackmailing our politicians. These countries don't have political leverage. These countries aren't running the satanic PDF ring. But this country is. And this country is. Isn't that interesting? With these new files, guys, we have to potentially start asking ourselves, who's the real bad guy in the world here? Is it the East? Or is it the people that have the satanic PDF cabal running their government? Just something to think about. It's not good. Also, like we talked about this, somebody we owe a very deep apology to from 20 years ago, Mel Gibson. This dude was so far ahead of his time. It is unreal. This is a quote from Mel Gibson from almost 20 years ago. Hollywood is an institutionalized PDF ring. It is a den of parasites who feast on the blood of children. Every studio in Hollywood is bought and paid for with the blood of innocent children. Remember that? Remember when he said that and they completely canceled him? And they tried to end his entire career and his life? And he was right. He was fucking right. He was right about all of it. And it's all right there for us to see. Another one we owe a pretty big apology to. Michael Jackson, who they tried to destroy, ruin his life, charge him with every possible child sex trafficking or child sex crime there is, even though every single one of the kids, Corey Feldman, Aaron Carter, etc., Macaulay Culkin said never did he do anything inappropriate. Well, what did we find out? He's not in the files. And all of these fucking other people are. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting, guys? Oh, here's another funny one, guys. We're going to do some people who aren't in the files. Dick Cheney. Now, I just want you guys to check out my comment just because I thought my own comment was super funny. It says just two people not in the Epstein files looking at each other. Dick Cheney, and my comment was no blackmail, no coercion, just bomb brown people for the love of the game. Dick Cheney, baby. Dick Cheney. Look at this guy. We found the Chomo. Mario, the biggest pedophile in the chat, upset. Imagine, let's stop, guys. Let's stop. Take a little pause. Let's refresh ourselves. This guy is upset about the episode we've done so far. Let's really think about that. Let's really stop and think about the fact Marcio right here is upset, or Mario, what's his name? Mario Calibio. He is upset about the episode we have done so far. All we've done is show all of this gross PDF shit over the last 20 years. He's mad about that. He's mad about that. Think about that. Could you imagine being this guy? Coming into this channel, just butthurt. This podcast is bullshit. This podcast is bullshit. You're exposing pedophiles. That's him. That's him at home, just slamming his hands on the keyboard. Stop. Stop. Trump is my daddy. Trump is my daddy. Don't make fun of him. I know he's a PDF, but I don't know what to do. We get it, dude. You just got to let it go. You're a little chomo, dude. Go get some help. Maybe go to jail. Maybe I'll call the FBI on you later. Okay, but you got to relax. You got to relax. There's no reason for you to be upset about this podcast. Okay? All right. One more. I want you guys to see this before we're going to stop for some super chats before we jump into the next section. Okay? This is Fox News. Let's see what they think. Oh. Here is, what's her name? Fucking the blonde one that spends all her time protecting pedophiles. Laura Ingraham. Yeah. One of the MAGA females that defends pedos. Here we go. Let's listen to this conversation.
Some of the people we saw on camera at the rallies. Is there any chance that any of these individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in relations with minors will be prosecuted? Any chance?
I'll never say no, and we will.
Oh, her question, stop, guys, real quick. Her question was, will any of the pedophiles who are in the files be prosecuted? And his response is, well, I'll never say never. How's that your fucking response? But anyway, let's keep going.
We'll always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. And so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein. And some of these men may have done horrible things. And if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand, that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It is.
That's Fox News. Fox News. Keep in mind, we know what partying with Epstein entailed, right? Partying with Epstein entailed going to a private island and R-ing children. That's what they did on that island. So, no, guy, actually, it is, turns out, illegal to party with Epstein because he was R-ing children. What? What are we talking about here? That's the Trump administration saying, look, we can't really prosecute these guys. They're just having a good time. Just having a good time. And somebody said, yeah, then why is Maxwell in prison? Right? I mean, just partying, bro. Just partying, bro. Isn't that insane? Isn't that insane? That's on Fox News. Where they're just like, yeah, fuck it. It's not illegal to party with Jeffrey Epstein. Like, yeah, well, it kind of is based off of the shit that was going on at those parties. Kind of insane. All right. We're not totally done with the Epstein stuff because as we get into the Republican side of things, there's going to be some stuff that gets pulled back into it. But for the main part of that, again, we're going to have to we're going to full circle our way back to that. Again, there's a lot in this episode that we're doing tonight. Okay. Let's hit a couple super chats so we don't fall too far behind. And then we're going to jump straight into a little bit of, just a little bit, it's not going to be too much, a little bit of Minneapolis and the ICE stuff going on. And then, we're going to hit a little bit of the economy, straight back into the MAGA influencers and what they're not doing with the Epstein files. So we're going to find our way full circle back to Big E here in a minute. Okay. But let's get some of these super chats knocked out. Shame, you're an anti-Semite. Oh, we got this one already. Yeah. Okay, we got that one. Is this where we out? We got that one. Oh, insane how much the Jays hate us. Yes, they do. That's one of the biggest things that, and we're going to get to that. That's going to be the last part of the episode. And let me just show you a little bit what we're going to get into here. Just an email. This is between Michael Wolff and Big E. Just two Jays. And what does this say? This email? War between the Jays and the non-Jays. Jays are presently winning. So yes, this is the type of fucking shit that these people are saying privately behind our backs. Okay. Anyway, we'll get back to that. We'll get to that portion of the show. I promise you that portion of the show's got to be at the end so that our channel doesn't get banned immediately. But we're doing the best we can. All right. Pod says, hey Nate. Oh, Penna. Oh, you got a new podcast, Penna? I'm getting in the arena of open ideas here on YouTube, politics, nature, high plans, desert life, and the search for solitude with my wife of 37 years. I'm a Valhalla lifer. Love to see it, dude. Penta is, I'm sure most of the regulars on the channel know Penta already. One of our regular viewers here. That's awesome to see, man. I got to check your show out. We will 100%. What's the, is this, oh, it's Pod Angry. All right. Let's see what Penna's got going on. We're not gonna feature it right now, Penna, just because we're on a roll, but we'll definitely Odd Angry. We'll definitely feature your stuff here pretty soon. All right, we'll have to look it up. I can't do it mid-time. I got too much tech stuff going on, but we'll definitely look it up and see what you got going on. Thank you very much, brother. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, and you're one of the bigger supporters on the channel, so we'll absolutely work with you to do some potential content or react to your stuff. All right. Roll that beautiful beat footage says, what happened? I'm subscribed and just seen I was unsubscribed. No wonder I haven't been able to keep up on the lives and uploads. Our YouTube is some serious BS. Good to see you live again, man. Yeah. So this can happen. I don't know if this is I get this comment a lot. I know a lot of other YouTube creators talk about this. I think YouTube just unsubscribes people from channels all the time. It happens to me sometimes too. So I don't think it's anything personal YouTube's targeting me for, but it does happen. So there's that. AJ says, I'm going to start saying Zakes. Okay. Spike, help the channel. Thank you. Musk, the ultimate pick for me, the Chomo parties. Yeah. Hop says, I was going to ask you to adjust yesterday's video. I shared it to my FB feed and was taking too long, so I closed my phone. When I got up this morning, it posted, but it took 12 hours. Well, holy shit, dude. Maybe you need better internet, dude. I don't know. But thank you very much. Dave says, also working theory is that he was much restarged, that he would blow it instantly so he can brag. Oh shit, we got big JD here. YouTube is killing me on any content about this. They do not want us talking about this. Yeah, so JD knows we've all talked about this in our our YouTube creator chats. Guys, they are drilling us into the ground as we try to talk about this. We have to be so careful in these live streams. I'm a little bit looser because I can't edit. Like, I can't edit what I'm saying. But if you watch the regular videos, you'll notice I never say Big E's name. I never talk about anything potentially related to the S crimes because, as JD just said, they are trying so hard to limit this for you guys to not see this content. And you should ask yourselves, why? Why are we talked about this earlier, why are all of these social media platforms trying to fight this story so hard? Shouldn't they be pushing this story to the absolute limits? Maybe not. Doesn't seem like it. Thanks, JD. Appreciate you, brother. All right. Hector says, isn't it more accurate to say rich instead? Yeah. I don't know. I don't think so, actually. No, I think we're finding out that it's not just rich people in general. It's very specifically the back portion of this comment, at least from what we're seeing from the files. It is what it is. It doesn't seem to be rich Russian oligarchs that are involved. Like a very specific group of people. Just saying. Again, I'm not, this is no tinfoil hat. This is just me reading the files. So, Elon's situation surprised me. Just imagine how much money could have been made if Elon was filthy. We'll never know. Yeah, it doesn't really surprise me. He's, again, like him begging to go to the Child S Island. It's not that surprising. The dude's got 17 kids. So seems like that's actually right up his alley to be doing shit like that, to be honest. When you look at it that way, you're like, yeah, actually kind of makes sense. All right, a couple more, and then we'll jump back to the episode. John says, makes me wonder why Teal purchased land in my home country of New Zealand and gained citizenship after being there for 12 days when you require 5 years to gain it. A lot of money, but also why does he need a place to potentially run to? It does seem like a lot of these powerful people. Did you catch Trump yet? No, not yet. They'll be coming up in the episode. The revolution will not be televised. It probably will be. Coop says Palantir is the evil all-seeing crystal ball in Lord of the Rings. Yes, it is. Palantir is the all-seeing stones, the seeing stones. And they are evil. They are very, very, very evil in that show. And I'm pretty sure that's probably why they named their company after it. AJ says, now everyone sees why Christ called the tiny hats the signal of Satan. We're going to get into that. All right, one more and we'll jump back into it. Salvatore says, what is the conclusion of this? Western society will turn into surveillance states. They're already starting. We're already starting to use Palantir in Australia, even supermarkets, love from Australia. Yeah, I mean, that's, I think, the entire point. That's, I think, the entire point is exactly that, to usher in the surveillance state. And that's why it gets scary. And it also gets very scary because potentially, from what I've heard, that's in the files, I can't corroborate this yet, is there is photos and videos that will immediately end Donald Trump's presidency. Like immediately. It'll be over at the second they come out. He's going to get impeached 522-0. That's what I'm hearing. And that gets a little bit scary because if that's the truth, that means Trump was probably just a Trojan horse from Vance or for Vance this entire time. Now that we know Peter Thiel's close involvement with Jeffrey Epstein and JD Vance being the protege of this entire apparatus, it's kind of starting to feel like that may be the game plan here. Is probably what they'll probably wait for is 2026, the midterms roll through, Democrats take the House, maybe the Senate, not sure if that's going to happen yet, and then they put out the big nasty files. and they throw him under the bus. They impeach him. They put Vance in. Vance becomes Mr. President heading into 2028, which is a huge, guys, you got to understand politically, that is a huge, huge deal for Vance to be an incumbent in 2028. It would be massive for them. Okay. So can't say that that's going to happen or not, but it does feel like that's kind of what the plan might be. We'll have to wait and see. Okay. Let's jump back into the show. A couple things I want to talk about with ICE. And then we got a couple Fuentes clips here. I know we're not very happy with him based off of his Epstein coverage here, but he's had some good takes regarding this. And I think it's important for us to talk about what's going on with ICE and immigration here.
First year of Trump's second term, Trump has only deported 230,000 people. 230,000. So Obama, in his first year, deported 268,000. Those are interior removals. You cannot fudge the numbers there. People like to say, oh, that's a myth. That counts returns. No. Obama had 38,000 more interior removals than Trump's first year in office.
Okay, that's going to be important. Okay. And we're going to talk about it here in a second. But that is important to understand that basically Trump has deported almost no one in 1 year. And we'll watch this one too. And Nick did actually bring this up. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up, and it's going to be important, let me, God damn it. You're getting hosed. You guys didn't see that one? Did you see the first one at least? There's no issues on my end, on my computer. Typically, I can tell when there's issues. Did you see the first one? Did you guys see the first clip? You saw the first clip? Okay, so it's just the second one we need to watch. The second one's important too, because we're going to do the second one follows up on the first one, and it brings us into what we're going to talk about. So you guys need to see it. All right, let's try this again. All right. Can we hear it?
There's now mounting pressure from the Republicans, from Republican-aligned donors, from the voters to shut down the mass deportations. And it's only January. 4 weeks into 2026. Seems like it's already over.
Yep.
If only somebody warned us. Think about it. You have two things happening simultaneously. I love this. Got what I voted for. Hey, I'm an idiot. Got what I voted for. So we have an armada, as Trump describes it, of U.S. warships headed to the Middle East to bomb Iran. War games across the entire Middle East. We're going to war with Hezbollah in Iraq. We're going to war with Iran. We're putting missile defense systems in all our bases. We're going to war with the whole Middle East. Simultaneously, we have 230,000 deportations for 2025, and they're already shutting it down under public pressure.
So he's 100% right. And this brings up a very, I think, important conversation regarding ICE, regarding immigration, regarding everything. What you're seeing here, in 1 year, the Trump administration has had the lowest deportation numbers of any president in the last 40 years. How is that possible? Ask yourself, how is that possible? ICE has $100+ billion budget. Their budget has been 20x'd what it was under all the previous presidents. Stick with me on this, guys. And Nick brings up a great point. How have we put $150-200 billion into ICE and gotten basically no deportations? Now, that 230,000 number is important because what they're saying is statistically, only 5% of that 230,000 have criminal records. So what we're saying here is 20 to 30,000 criminals have been deported in the first year. That's it. With a almost $200 billion budget for ICE. And what are we seeing everywhere? ICE going into suburban neighborhoods. All of their time is being spent in suburban neighborhoods on the northern border in Minnesota and these Democrat cities on the northern border, which you're like, is there really that big of a illegal immigration problem on the northern border? No, the big illegal immigration problem is in the inner cities in conservative Republican owned districts in the South along the Mexican border. Fucking obviously, that's where the real criminal problem is. The cartel problem is. The drug smuggling problem is, right? That's where the problem is, but ICE isn't there. Immigration isn't doing jack fucking shit in the gang-ridden areas. You don't see videos of them strolling through Memphis or the south side of Chicago or Houston, do you? No. You don't see it anywhere. And so what does that mean? My point with this is the Trump administration, I think we should realize now, is not trying to actually deport anyone. I think what they've been trying to do is purposefully make ICE this big authoritarian thing that's pissing off Americans. So now all of us Americans are saying, fuck this. What are you guys doing? We don't want this. So the Trump administration can go, and they're already doing this, by the way. The Trump administration can go, you know what? Hey, we tried. The people didn't want it. So now we're not doing anything. We're not deporting anybody. And I think that was the plan the entire time. Why? Republican business owners in the South and really throughout the country, ranchers, farmers, factories, production facilities, they don't want the immigration. They don't want They don't want their illegal immigrants deported. That's why you're not seeing any factory owners. You're not going to see any ranchers. You're not going to see any farm owners. They're not getting perp walked. It's women working at taco shops on the northern border that are being deported, right? And so really what you're seeing is the typical, and it's why the immigration problem has never been solved. It's why none of this ever goes through Congress. You see, the immigration problem never gets solved through actual congressional law. It's only through executive action. Why? So when one president comes in, they can completely overturn all of the executive actions. You can get right back to doing what you're doing before. Because the left doesn't want immigration to stop. The right doesn't want immigration to stop. But the right and Donald Trump have used it as sort of a leverage point for voters. We're going to deport everybody. And then what do? They don't deport anybody, but they also are shooting American civilians in the street. And now everybody's pissed off about it. I think it was all by design this entire time by the Trump administration. I don't think they want to deport anybody. So now what we get is we don't even get the deportations of the violent criminals and the gang members that we wanted. We just get deportations of people working at Home Depot in Minnesota. Is that what anybody actually fucking voted for? No. Nobody on the left, right, or center actually voted for that. But that's what we got. And you're going to see deportations are going to ramp down. And, nothing's going to change. I thought we were all sort of in agreement, even left and right. We need good immigration policy. We don't want open borders. But we also want to take care of the problem. The initial problem in the first year is violent criminals, gang members, and the cartel. That's what we were supposed to be trying to remove. None of that's happening. None of that's happening. ICE isn't doing any work in conservative areas, first of all. any work on the border. So again, it's all smoke and mirrors. And now they're going to do what? They're going to bomb Iran, start some foreign fucking war, to get us all distracted from all of it. Probably going to happen the next, I don't know. I would say within a month would be my guess. But let's look at a few more clips. That's a little bit of my TED talk there. I don't know where you guys fall in on what I'm talking about, but it sure seems like that's what's going on to me. Here we go.
Everything is a scripted reality show. I criticize ICE. People get mad at me. They're like, well,
here we go.
How do you think people should be deported? Da, 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 da. Number one, you can pass legislation, which they haven't done. All of the stuff they've done on immigration is through executive orders, a lot of it. It will be reversed immediately by a Democratic president. That's number one. Number two, if you pass legislation and then attach enforcement to that, you pass laws, you then have laws by which the country is governed that will prevent illegal immigration. If you do a reality show spectacle where you're grabbing people here and there, left and right, and it revs everybody up, and you then have protests everywhere, and you have violence, and you have ICE responding to that with deadly force, you don't have a long-term solution. What you do is you're stirring the pot and creating like mini civil wars all over the country that people are watching on television, but you don't have like the enforcement of laws. And you're not going after employers that are employing illegal labor. You're not going after Steve Wynn. You're not going after the big hotel magnates that, employ illegal labor. You're not going after big agricultural
No, we don't.
firms that do the same thing. So you're going after people. Some of them are bad people. Some of them are probably pedophiles, or some of them have committed crimes or murderers, whatever. Get them out of here. And this nobody's illegal on stolen land thing's stupid. And we've gone over that. But you have to also, now, how are you going to get your third house in Miami built in 18 months if you crack down on illegal labor in the construction bit? Well, you're not. You're not.
That's so important. It is so important for what people don't understand. Think about this, guys. And we're going to caveat on why Trump does not want to deport anybody. He doesn't. Donald Trump has always been the economy president. The economy is shitty. It is. What do you guys, let me ask you guys. This is just, and this isn't our own, like how we feel about politics, how we feel about ideologies, what we want. This is just purely pragmatic. What do you think would happen if we deported just overnight, 20 million illegal immigrants got deported overnight? What do you guys think would happen to the economy and the labor market? Let me see what the chat thinks. 20 million illegal immigrants get deported overnight. What happens to the economy? It's an easy question, right? It's not something we don't need to work our, do mental gymnastics. Super, super easy answer. We would lose a massive portion of our labor, our cheap labor, for things like farming, ranching, production, food, all of these different things, right? The economy would crater. It would crater into oblivion overnight. And do you guys think that Donald Trump is going to devastate the economy? Do you really think that? Willingly. If he could press the button, bow, one red button and deport 20 million people out of thin air, do you think he would do it? Do you think he would press the button? The answer is no. Of course he fucking wouldn't. He's not gonna, he's in power for 3 more years. All he cares about is his own legacy, which is destroyed, in my opinion. And if he can, do you think he's going to take that brunt of him actually massively deporting people out of this country, which would throttle the economy super hard? Of course he's not going to fucking do that. Of course he's not going to do that. Not on purpose. It's already bad. Not going to do it on purpose. And that's what people need to understand. When they think Donald Trump is the deporter in chief, it's never going to happen. He's going to deport less people than every previous president for the last 50 years, once this 4 years is all said and done. Now, you also got people like this running the fucking show in immigration. Let's listen to this guy. Now, supposedly, Bovino got demoted. We don't really know, but let's hear what this fucking guy was saying before he went out to, him and his goons went out to go shoot American civilians in the face in the street.
Arrest as many people that touch you as you want to. Those are the general orders all the way to the top.
everybody fucking gets it if they touch you. You hear what I'm saying? If there's less legals, we're going to look at shipping tractor trailer loads of that shit in here. So you catch what it's all about us now, and it ain't about them.
That appears to be me, and it appears to be what I said there on sometime. I don't know what the date of that was.
Could you imagine saying before deposition, that appears to be me? Like, yeah, everybody knows it's fucking you, guy.
You recall some of those things.
I don't recall everything.
The instruction that you gave to your officers was that they had full reign to arrest anyone who so much as touched them. That, in essence, was what you said to the officers, right?
No.
Should we interpret you as saying something different?
I don't know how you want to interpret me, but that's not what I said.
Literally what he said. But I mean, what did he say there? It's all about us, not fucking them. He's talking about the American people. He's talking about the American people that he's about to go patrol the streets of. What? That was the guy running the show in Minneapolis. And we wonder why this type of stuff was happening. But what also followed that? I want you guys to listen to this. All the MAGA 2A community. What do you think about this?
Gun owner knows that when you are carrying a weapon, when you are bearing arms and you are confronted by law enforcement, you are raising the assumption of risk and the risk of force being used against you. And again, that's unfortunately what took place on Saturday. Any gun owner knows.
You hear that? You hear that from the White House press secretary? What did she say? Every gun owner knows that if you decide to exercise your Second Amendment rights, you raise the chance that law enforcement will fucking kill you. No, that's not how it works at all. Not how it's supposed to work at all. Actually, Trump administration, no, me exercising my Second Amendment rights absolutely should not come with a knowing risk that I'm going to be killed by police just for carrying my weapon. That's actually the opposite of what the Second Amendment demonstrates. But this is, guys, this is what's come from it. And I want to watch this. A lot of people are really mad at Andrew Schultz for this. Not for what you would think, but I think it's a good clip, and I want to talk about it.
You see it with your own eyes. You know exactly what happened. And there's something disgusting that's happening, not only in Minneapolis, I'm sure it's happening in other parts of the United States, where ICE is under the guise of security, right? Under the guise of safety, because that's what they're doing, right? Is every time something horrific happens, they keep going, but look at the pedophiles we got. Look at the murderers we got. Look at all the violent criminals we got. I looked at the numbers. It's 5% of the people they deported are violent criminals.
Yes.
Yep.
There's probably more pedophiles in the Oval Office.
Exactly. If you bring up another fucking pedophile about deporting and you're not releasing the Epstein list, just shut the fuck up, all of you.
Yes.
I don't want to.
So I think it's a great clip. A lot of people are pissed off at Andrew Schultz, not because he's saying the right things, but that he was a big Trump supporter. And he was one of the people from the Rogan crew that helped Trump get elected. And I think that is the absolute wrong way to look at former Trump supporters who have now woken up and said, this is fucked up. I don't support this anymore. This is wrong. I think the left is really attacking him for it. And it's like, no, that's not the right way to look at it. The people who are waking up and coming to the other side, we should support that. It doesn't matter if they used to support Trump or used to support Biden. If they are now moving to the side that they believe that we all believe is morally right, we should support that, guys. Like, I know it's easy to be like, well, you fucking helped Trump get elected. It's no. We shouldn't be beating down people who are saying, hey, I fucked up. And now I'm with you guys. The worst thing you could do is be like, no, we don't, fuck you. You supported Trump. It's like, no. That's not what it's about. It's about actually getting America all on the same page for, again, denouncing authoritarianism, denouncing all the dumb shit that we're seeing, right? Even if you supported a politician before, if that politician does not do what they campaigned, what they promised to on, and you then change your mind, to me, that's the demonstration of a critical thinker that we should support. The worst case of this is all of fucking MAGA that's still simping and burying their heads in the sand. That's 1,000 times worse. Those are the problem people. Not people like Andrew Schultz who are waking up going, fuck, I got it wrong. Sorry, guys. Okay? We should support those people. In my opinion. Right? And not be holier than thou, egotistical of like, well, I had it right to begin with. I didn't vote for Trump in any of the last 3 elections, personally. But I'm not going to hold that over people that are now waking up going, this administration sucks ass and I don't support it. I used to, but I don't now. I'm like, hey, bring it in. Bring it into the America First bubble, guys. We need all the support we can get. That's the way I'm looking at it. So, anyway. Let's see, what do we got here? Got a couple more. Oh. Do we want to play this one? This one's it's rough to watch. Okay, this is old Talmud Tatum in a debate about if the shooting of Alex Peretti was justified or not. I'm sure you're going to be shocked to see what Tatum's reaction is.
I think what Brandon is doing is actually pretty instructive, because the reality is that everybody saw the video. Like 85% of Americans saw this video. It doesn't matter. You don't understand the law. Brandon,
so what you're seeing is not according to what they're going to be judged by.
Control yourself. Brendan, try to control yourself.
No,
like
how about you listen?
Try to control yourself. Try. Just try like 2 seconds to not talk.
Give me the law. Give me the law that he's going to be prosecuted under.
Brandon, 2 seconds, man.
Give me the law he's going to be prosecuted under.
This isn't a good testament for how law enforcement officials are able to control themselves. 2 seconds.
And it's not a good testament how
the reality is the vast majority of Americans,
wusses like you don't know the law.
Wusses like you don't know the law. Could you imagine that? Brandon Tatum. What was he, a cop for 5 years? Couldn't hack it anymore, got out. Big, fat, obese Brandon Tatum. Talking about wusses like you don't understand the law. I don't know. Tatum, you were a police officer. I'm someone who trains police departments. And I could say, as someone who knows far more about the law and legal use of force than Brandon Tatum does, infinitely more, nothing in the law justifies what we saw happen to Alex Peretti. So much so that Bavino was fucking fired for it. So much so that even Stephen Miller, Little Hitler, came out and said that ICE did not properly or handle the situation properly by doctrine. Stephen Miller said that. But this fucking guy still can't simp hard enough for it, dude. You got to understand, and this is a great take also, we got quite a few Asmongold clips, but the reason why this clip's from Asmongold is important is Asmongold is a huge ICE supporter. And even he, and again, I like Asmongold. I'm not giving a hard time here. He just is. This clip, which we've all seen, which was 12 days prior to the actual incident where Alex Peretti kicks a car, people are trying to say, well, this justifies him being murdered in the street because 2 weeks before that event, he kicked a taillight. Kind of insane. But anybody with a real brain is saying stuff like this.
Do you think his passing was justified after this? Absolutely not. No. Of course, this has nothing to do with whether he deserved to get shot or not. This is a totally different conversation. Of course they need to investigate it. Duh.
So, point being there, even Asmongold, a guy who loves ICE, he has even said, absolutely not. Absolutely not justified. So if the people who are even the most likely to try to defend ICE are going, nope, it's bad shoot. who is actually, well, I guess it's Brandon Tatum and Ben Shapiro. Who else other than like Brandon Tatum and Ben Shapiro are looking at that going, nope, justified, good to go. I don't know who else is, but it's, again, even people like Asmongold are calling that out as a bad shoot. Obviously a bad shoot. All right. One final one with what's going on, because there's a lot of this. If you guys saw this, an Army veteran and Purple Heart recipient, and I hate to say this but it is relevant, just the whitest fucking dude in the world, by the way. U.S. civilian, Army veteran, was detained by ICE for 8 hours. Says he wasn't allowed to call his attorney. Got the shit kicked out of him. There he is. Just literally the whitest dude on the planet. Right? Now, why is this relevant? Because they're arresting U.S. civilians, dude. And I hate to say like, oh, well, I'm not trying to say, I'm just saying like, it's not even like they're rolling him up thinking he's maybe an illegal. They're just rolling up people, putting them in fucking jail, detaining them. They don't give a shit, dude. They don't care whether you're a civilian, whether you're illegal. It doesn't matter. And so if he broke a law, then they wouldn't have let him out 6 hours later. So no, they're just detaining people without giving them access to their lawyers or anything like that. That's happening all over the place. We've posted like 10 different veterans who have either been detained or deported. Combat veterans, Purple Heart recipients. This isn't new. This is pretty normal. And so to my point with this, as we talked about earlier, this is not going to win the battle of optics. This is not going to win the battle of public opinion on the immigration side of things. Because Americans are just going to look at this and be like, why the fuck are you spending all your time rolling up American citizens fucking with people in suburban neighborhoods? What is that doing for us? Even MAGA, I would ask, like, what do you think is positively happening in these situations? No one's getting deported, so you're not getting that out of it. This is a good point. You may have wanted to be here for the first hour and a half of the show. Maybe I would say, brother, restart the live, because the first hour and a half was all Epstein. Although we are getting back into Epstein right after this. That was actually the last portion of what we're going to talk about with ICE. But I just want to talk about it because, again, kind of wild stuff going on. Just two quick ones for the economy tonight. Because, again, Epstein files have been such a big deal. Let's do the quick economy ones here. I want you guys to hear this. Housing is a big, big, big problem for young people in the country. And so we definitely, I'm sure we have a president that is going to work overtime to bring housing costs down and rent costs down for the young Americans. Let's see what Trump had to say about that.
So much talk about, we're going to drive housing prices down. I don't want to drive housing prices down. I want to drive housing prices up for people that own their homes. There's so much talk about.
Okay. There you go. There you go. Yeah, we don't want to bring housing prices down. No, I want to drive housing prices up. Thanks, Trump. That's great. Guys, I'm a homeowner. Okay? I am somebody that can afford my home, right? And investment properties. I don't want housing prices to be more expensive. It doesn't do anything for me. I own my home. I'm going to live in my home. I don't give a shit if you drive my housing price up. I would prefer you drive it down. Why? Because then young Americans can potentially fucking afford to live, and it's not going to affect me because I'm going to own my home for the next 30 years. It doesn't do anything for me. So the fact that we're going to destroy the housing market for people who are 20 to 40 to make sure that 70-year-olds with their 3 goddamn homes can get the maximum amount of wealth out of those and equity out of those. What are we fucking talking about? But he's a boomer, right? He's just a boomer president. He's 80 years old. That's what he cares about. And again, I'm not saying I want my own equity like reduced, but I'm not trying to drive housing costs up for young Americans. That's fucking crazy. What are we talking about? Why is the U.S. president, the president of the United States, talking about how, no, I don't want to bring housing prices down. I want to jack housing prices through the roof. What? Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's great for the 70 to 80-year-olds out there. But man, they'd be just fine. Like those people, they already own their homes outright. They bought their, here's the thing, guys. The people he's trying, keep in mind this, right? The same people that he wants to drive the housing prices up bought their house in 1970 for $28,000. That house is worth $1.5 million now. Like, they're going to be okay. I promise you. They're going to be okay. I'm not calling to crash the housing market. I'm just saying maybe let's not have our policies, the intent of our policies be, let's try to drive the housing costs up. Housing is the biggest, probably the biggest problem in America. The most for unaffordability, young Americans, especially young American men, and this is a big thing on my channel that I harp nonstop. Young American men need to be able to buy a home and start families young and early, in their early to mid 20s. That is the American dream. That's what's built the American middle class over the last 200 years. We want that. We want young American men getting married, having kids, young, buying homes. And the reason why is because it gives them a sense of ownership and value into life and society when they have that. And you think that's a good thing for and just statistically, numbers wise, the average age of a home buyer is 40 years old, or 60 years old. The average age of a first-time home buyer is 40 years old. That's not good. That's not good. That's not the society we want. That's not the society that built America following the Great Depression, World War I, World War II. No, the entire point was for so long, up into the 80s and 90s, that as a young American family, you could afford a single family home and a car on a typically single income, most of the time working at a factory or manual labor or construction. That's what made America great. And it made the American middle class great. And that's being ripped apart, and it's pretty much gone. And so when some billionaire fucking president says, no, I want to drive housing prices through the roof so that boomers can maximize their equity out of it, that ain't it, guys. Like, it's just it's like when I'm talking about America first, that's what I look at as America first. Like, America first is like, hey, what policy is going to help the 23-year-old, man and woman who just got married and got a new baby on the way? Can they afford a house? If the answer is no, we need to fucking fix that. We got to fix that. So anyway, a little bit of a rant in the economy. Not too much on that today. We're hitting a couple super chats, and then we're going to get into MAGA influencers. MAGA influencers. Oh my God. Oh my God. These fucking people. I do want to show before we get into super chats, just because it's hilarious. He's getting in a little bit of trouble for it, but this is a great meme. JP Spears had a great sarcastic, satirical meme. He does a lot of good stuff too, guys. I'm a big fan of JP. But this is perfect. Just, these people are confused. They are very, very confused right now. What their beliefs are, what they're supposed to say online, they don't know. And he encapsulates it very, very well.
I don't know what else you people want from me. I've got an American flag. Is really big, for crying out loud. Like, just stop with all the hateful comments. They used to like me. I'd say stuff and they'd just agree. I don't know what the is going on anymore. Got it wrong again. Tell me what you think of this tweet. I'm all for ICE doing their job. This is what I voted for. No, that's too strong. No, what about, we need border security, but this isn't the right way to do it? No, I mean, that's too weak. Oh yeah, I think I got it. ICE was wrong. 3 shots to the face was too many. 1, maybe 2 would have been enough. What's the position on this for us? It's hard making conservative content now. Everything you say, there's going to be a rageful mob attacking you.
What, the libs?
No, the conservatives.
Yep.
It's very stressful. Liberals have been leaving us alone, though. Hey, where do we stand on this take over Greenland thing? We should bomb Iran because the regime kills protesters. Okay, that's wrong. I'll delete that. We should not bomb Iran because Israel wants us to. Okay, also wrong. We should not bomb Italy. Should be a safer take. Dude, Dan Bongino's coming back on air. Oh, we hate Dan Bongino now? Is Erica Kirk a CIA asset? I don't know. But Candace said that Charlie came to her in a dream and told her. And I thought it was a credible source. Kind of a direct quote. Your nuanced position on Israel should come down to, do you hate Tucker Carlson or do you hate Ben Shapiro?
I call upon all nations to stop these terrorist killers. Now watch this drive.
Either way, you're not really going to win, but just pick how you feel about Israel. Let me try this. America first, Israel second.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Israel 11th.
There you go.
America first and Israel is also America. I just don't think you can win on this one or any of them. So if I support TPUSA, I'm potentially supporting the group that had Charlie killed. And if I don't support them, I'm turning my back on Charlie's legacy. What the fuck do I do with that? And Ben Shapiro hates Megyn Kelly. And if that one ever comes down to fisticuffs, my money's on Megyn Kelly for sure. Hey, Kevin, is it good or bad to be called a Zionist? Like, if you make content bashing the left, everybody's fatigued on it. Not going to watch it. Okay, so here's what I'm going to tweet. Candace isn't actually black, and she's a shill working for the CIA. Alex Jones secretly works for Israel and the IRS, and Tim Pool is Chinese. I don't know what else you people...
Okay. Anyway, I thought, I think you guys thought that was funny too. But the point with that, though, is, JP's awesome. That's super funny. But the point being with that whole shtick as conservative influencers, it's not that complicated for those of us on the America First side. We just literally, I just believe what I believe, and it's not complicated. But if you're trying to simp for MAGA, like these fucking clowns, does it not become so complicated? Could you imagine being these people with the binders? You guys remember the binders? Liz Wheeler looking like a fucking praying mantis. What's this guy's name? Drano? Something Drano? Look at it, holding the binder up. Oh, absolutely impressive. Yeah, you guys are going to bring down Epstein. Well, turns out here's DC Drano. Here we go. He decided to finally post about 1 day ago. He decided to finally post the guy with the binder. Yeah, he's going to bring the accountability to the world. Finally decided to post about the Epstein files. What did he have to say? Did he talk about Donald Trump being accused of raping 13-year-olds and dozens of files? Did he talk about Elon Musk? No, it turns out no. Let's see what he had to say. 3 million more Epstein files released. The internet is still reviewing them. But here are some of my major takeaways thus far. Bill Gates. Oh, yeah. Bill Gates should undergo criminal investigation, which he should, by the way. I agree with that. What else we got? The DNC, the Democratic National Convention emails have verified FBI code words for child S abuse. Yes, they have. We know about the Pizzagate. What else we got? We want arrests Lord Mandelson. Okay. I agree. Oh, wait. Here was the interesting one. I thought, hey, maybe he would go after Elon. Elon who begged, please, Jeff, let me come to your child island. No, he says, I agree with Elon. We not only want the rest of the Epstein files released, but we want to see arrests. Oh, you're not gonna use Elon's emails begging to come to the island, buddy? What happened? Why aren't you going to talk about that? Oh, here's Ellen DeGeneres. Yeah, okay. Yep. Oh, Robert De Niro. More Democrats in the Epstein files, supposedly. And this name should have been redacted. Oh, so there we go. And we finally made our way to the end. Not a single post about Donald Trump. Not a single post about Elon Musk. Not a single post about George H.W. Bush. What happened, guy? You're the binder guy. You're the binder guy. How come you're not talking about all the stuff that's actually in the files? Why is that, guys? Because it's very, very complicated to be a MAGA influencer right now. It's so hard and so complicated because you have to somehow try to talk about the Epstein files, but ignore the fact that what's the most common word in the files? The only thing with more that's occurred more times than the word goyim. What word is the most common word in the Epstein files? Do you guys know? Goyim is number 2. Do you guys know what number 1 is? What's the most common word in all of the Epstein files? Somebody in the chat, throw it out there. Oh, there it is. Everybody got it immediately. Yes, Donald Trump, 5,600 times. 5,600 times. Think about that. 5,600 times. But DC Drano and Liz Wheeler don't have a word to fucking say about those 5,600 times, do they? And that's why it's just so, yeah, good. AJ, that's a good guess. No, it's Trump. Then Goyim. Pizzas might be below that. But my point with that is that's what makes it so, yeah, a lot of those. To Adam's point, yeah, these are the most common ones. My point, guys, is it's so complicated for the MAGA influencers, isn't it? We have to talk about the files, but we have to pretend that our daddy isn't in them, even though his name is the most common word in the entire files. Well, but what does their daddy actually have to say? Well, as it says here, President Trump confirms the e-files just backfired massively on the left. They're about to retreat from the issue. Let's see.
About it, but nothing on me. But it was even sort of better than that because they found that Jeffrey Epstein and this sleazebag writer named Michael Wolff were conspiring against Donald Trump to lose the election. So Epstein was conspiring with a writer for me to lose the election. So right there, you know that I had nothing to do with this guy. But
there you go.
Yeah, it's a terrible thing. The amount of time that's being wasted. You know, when Epstein was alive, like 10 years ago, nobody cared about it. But they're only doing it. But now it's really hitting back on them because Bill Clinton is such a big part of it.
Ah. There you go. He's exonerated. He's not even in the files. That's what he said himself. He says it right here. Guys, this is the Truth Social tweet just yesterday. Trump says, not only wasn't I friendly with Big E, but based on information that has just been released by the Department of Justice, which, by the way, I got to imagine Trump's already seen all this because, you know, the Department of Justice has been run by his cronies. Epstein was a sleazebag, lying author named Michael Wolff, conspired in order to damage me and my presidency. So much for the radical left's hope against hope, some of whom I'll be suing. No, he won't, by the way. Additionally, unlike so many people that like to talk trash, I never went to the infested Epstein Island, but almost all of these crooked Democrats and their donors did. He'll be suing, huh? He's going to be suing people. Now, did you guys know, or we'll hit this one here in a second. Did you guys know of, yeah, this is true. There it is. 5,600 files, but his name was mentioned over 38,000 times. My bad, guys. My bad. My bad. I didn't mean to say that his name was mentioned 5,600 times. There's 5,600 files directly regarding Trump, and his name's mentioned 38,000 times because there's nothing damning about your name being mentioned 38,000 times in a child trafficking ring. Yeah, that's super normal. Super normal for sure, guys. But what does the public think, guys? Is this going well? Is this going well for Trump, for the Trumpster? Well, let's look at his numbers. This is as of last week. This is heading into the midterms in 2026. His approval rating by state: Georgia, almost minus 20, Maine minus 20, Texas minus almost 20, Michigan minus 15, North Carolina minus 13. These are very conservative Republican states, by the way. Ohio minus 10, Iowa minus 9, Florida minus 8. I mean, it ain't good. It ain't good. It turns out, following all the huge controversies with ICE in the last couple weeks, on top of the Epstein files, on top of us bombing, 8 different countries, on top of the economy being terrible, on top of the labor market being terrible, on top of the housing market being terrible. But no, his approval rating is not very high. Not very good. It's not very good. And again, this is my point, guys. It's very, very, very difficult to be MAGA right now. And what else do we got? How was he lashing out? This was yesterday. With the Epstein file release, of course, Donald Trump is back to attacking Thomas Massie. Yes. What's his newest one yesterday? Trump says people are saying that Thomas Massie became a liberal because his new wife, blessed be their marriage, is supposedly a radical left flamethrower. This new union all went so fast that maybe he didn't know what he was getting into. Nevertheless, he's absolutely terrible and unreliable Republican, perhaps a rhino. Thomas Massie is literally the opposite of a rhino. That is Donald Trump and his neocon MAGA party is the real rhinos. But anyway, very weird that he calls Massie that. Or maybe even worse, Ed Grain, a farmer and a war hero, is running against Massie, yada, yada, yada. I could tell you this, guys. They're trying to run a Navy SEAL against Massie. We are going to use our platform coming into the midterms. I can promise you to shit so hard on that fucking Navy SEAL and to use our platform to try to get Massie elected. Guys, it's not even going to be a question. Not even going to be a question. Because Thomas Massie is one of the only America First politicians in the country. Some random fucking dipshit neocon Navy SEAL wants to run against Massie. Okay, yeah, we got some stuff for that once it gets to it. But Thomas Massie's response to Trump was this. So now he's attacking my wife, who voted for him 3 times. Remember, he said his wife was a radical left Democrat. Thomas Massie's wife voted for him 3 times. Maybe someone told him she's actually the one who suggested I ask Pam Bondi in person at dinner when we would get phase 2 of the Epstein files. Bondi said there were no more files. As they say, the rest is history. So there you go. Keep it moving. Some other funny things. Donald Trump decided he's going to sue Trevor Noah because Trevor Noah made some jokes about Donald Trump being in the Epstein files. What did Trump say? This was yesterday, of course. The Grammys are the worst. Virtually unwatchable. CBS is lucky to not have this garbage litter their airwaves any longer. The host, Trevor Noah, whoever he may be, Donald Trump knows exactly who he is almost as bad as Jimmy Kimmel at the low ratings at the Academy Awards. Noah said incorrectly about me that Donald Trump and Bill Clinton spent time at the Epstein Island. Wrong! 3 exclamations. I can't speak for Bill, but I've never been to the island anywhere close. Now, what's the problem with that? One, oh my God, he defamed him. Let's wait and find out, shall we? I'll bet you Donald Trump does not sue anyone for Epstein or pedophilia claims. You know why? Do you know why Donald Trump has never in 30 years, and Donald Trump will sue everyone for anything, by the way. The one thing Donald Trump has never sued someone for. Do you guys know what it is? Do you guys know what it is? This is a real thing. You can Google it. What do you think the one thing Donald Trump has never sued anybody for? What allegations? What specific allegations has he never sued anyone for? Yeah, we know discovery. Yeah, we're going to get to that, guys. But what specific allegation has Trump never sued anyone for? No, he has done defamation. What specifically? There it is. Very specifically. The one allegation Donald Trump has never, ever sued anyone for defamation is allegations of pedophilia. Now, why might that be? Why might that be that the one thing Donald Trump has, and he sues like a motherfucker, the one thing he's never had the balls to sue somebody for is allegations of PDF behavior. Do you know why? And a lot of you guys already nailed it earlier. Because discovery sucks. Everything can get subpoenaed, baby. All of those files, the deep, dirty files, the unredacted files, all get subpoenaed. And he don't want fucking nothing to do with that. And that's why he's never sued anyone for allegations of being a pedophile. Yeah, Blue's point. He sued over allegations of SA, but never about being in PDF. It's pretty, somebody said he's never been accused of pedophilia. What? That's all he's being accused for in the last 5 years, dude. What? This is MAGA. This is what I'm talking about. This is like the delusion of like Fox News boomer, bizarre reality that somebody like this is living in. You know what I mean? I think Donald Trump has never been accused by any social media figure, any media apparatus, any talk show host of being a PDF. You think that's never happened? It's happened on this show a lot. And a lot of other ones as well. All right, let's keep moving. Another one I talk about. Have you guys seen this? The new MAGA, the new darling of the MAGA movement, Nicki Minaj. And this one came out of nowhere, because she's been such a staunch anti-Trumper and hardcore Democrat forever. And then out of nowhere, she just all of a sudden becomes a big MAGA enthusiast. Now, I wonder why. Well, let's see. It may have something to do with the fact that Nicki Minaj is not a legal immigrant. Donald Trump also just gave her one of the Trump gold immigration tickets, by the way, that typically cost $1 million that she got out of that. What else? Do you guys know? Why else might Nicki Minaj be, I don't know, all of a sudden a big simp for Donald Trump and MAGA? Do you guys think it has anything to do with not just her husband being a someone who's been convicted of sexual assault, but her, what else, guys? What else do you think she really, really wants? Yeah, Six's mom got it. Yeah, her PDF hubby and brother. Isn't that funny? Isn't that interesting? The illegal immigrant who's got a convicted PDF brother and husband is trying to nestle up close to Donald Trump, who issues out pardons like they're fucking candy. Isn't that interesting? How she all of a sudden is a big MAGA enthusiast now with her PDF brother who's in prison for the next 20 years and her PDF husband. And the fact that she needs citizenship. No, it couldn't have anything to do with that. I'm sure. And what's she have to say? Oh, what's she have to say?
Hello. Well, I don't know what to say, but I will say that I am probably the president's #1 fan.
I wonder why.
And that's not going to change. And the hate or what people have to say, it does not affect me at all. It actually motivates me to support him more.
Because she needs that pardon, baby. What do you guys think the over under? What's the over under on when her PDF brother gets a pardon? Time wise. How many months / if a year? I bet it's less than that. It's coming. It's 100% coming. We all know it's coming. All right. Now, I'm going to throw up one of these last ones for MAGA just because it's my favorite clip I've found on the internet in the last probably 5 years. You guys ready for this? Let's listen to somebody walking up to Lindsey Graham, and he's walking through the halls of Congress here.
Admit that you're gay, and then people won't blackmail you anymore.
One more time.
Hey, Lindsey, why don't you just admit that you're gay, and then people won't blackmail you anymore?
So, not a long clip, but just somebody walking up to Lindsey Graham and just saying, hey, man, why don't you just admit you're gay? That way you don't get blackmailed any longer. I mean, it kind of makes sense to me. We all know he's the biggest grinder enthusiast in Congress, outside of maybe Mike Johnson, right? But like Mike Johnson is like still trying to keep it in the closet, right, with his wife and his kids and everything. Lindsey's like the bachelor. Everybody knows this guy is the gayest dude in Congress. He's obviously completely blackmailed by our greatest ally with most likely children. But you know, anyway, just a funny clip. All right, let me hit a couple super chats. We don't have much with Democrats tonight because, again, not much going on because Republicans have complete control of the government and the Epstein files and everything happening. We do have a couple things I want to talk about, and we're going to hit into a little bit more of our greatest ally, which is interesting how that works, that Epstein is still involved in that. Huh, weird, crazy. But let's hit. Yeah, because Mike wears makeup, no joke. Yeah, of course he does. Yeah. It says, let me just say you're gay. That way you don't have to destroy your Earth anymore. Does that compute? Yeah, definitely. All right. Let's hit a couple super chats and then we'll jump back into the episode and then we'll keep going. All right. I don't want to fall too far behind here. Did we do this one? Yeah, we got that one already. Have you seen the fake Dan Bilzerian pics with Post Malone that dropped in the files? No, I haven't. But I was talking to Jake Shields about trying to get Dan on the show here pretty soon. Dan Bilzerian to come on the show. I think that'd be a fun episode. I haven't seen that, though. I actually want to talk to him because I feel like that dude who is, you know, people give Dan a hard time, but I think he's pretty on point right now, ideology-wise. Especially with our greatest ally and everything like that. But I want to get him on the show because I'd like to talk to him. Like, I feel like that dude probably knows more about like the weird, disgusting shit that's happening in the elite space because he's been privy to that. I'm not saying that he's been a part of it, but like being a really wealthy dude, he's probably been privy to how fucking weird that stuff is. But we'll have to wait and see. Still trying to work on it. Thirsty says, this feels like the king stealing your wife and making you watch while he has his way. We know more than ever about how the ruling class, we can only watch and rage as they do what they want. That's what it feels like. Although I'm not sure, man, like with social media, woof, you see an Elon panic like a motherfucker on Twitter right now. We'll have to just see if we have enough power as a collective to force these people. I don't know. We'll wait and see. I doubt it, but I'm trying to be optimistic. Joe says Trump is in the newest Big E files drop hundreds of times, thousands. How can MAGA and conservatives and news networks just stand and completely willfully ignore all the evidence so far released? Well, they just don't talk about it. And we showed that in our videos. Fox News just literally refuses to do a single. Oh, my wife Brittany said she did find one, I believe it was like a 58-second segment that they did on Epstein. That's like the best that she found from Fox News. Other than that, they aren't saying shit. Anna says, Dolnate, Depresso Liber. Thank you, brother. Love your platform. First in Asia from a fellow first grouper. Fuck yeah, man. Hell yeah, dude. Hit me up on Instagram, man. Would love to talk to you. Always love. Very, very few of us out there that were, fellow Green Berets and first groupers, man. But thank you very much. Appreciate you. Love to see it, man. Appreciate the support also from another fellow group guy. Real McPhee. Okay. I'm definitely Motel's left leaning. I don't use the word Democrat anymore. We could and should use this to come that or as a common evil. Yeah. Isn't that interesting too, that there's so many, I would say like former Democrats that also are in the community that like aren't Democrats. They're liberals, but they're not Democrats. Just like I'm a conservative, but I'm not a Republican. I think that's becoming more and more and more common on both sides of the aisle. I think you're seeing just a ton of people that are liberal that are like, I just can't identify with Democrats anymore. And same for the right. It's kind of I actually think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing. DD Mouse says, big $50 dono. Thank you very much, man. With the amount of veterans I've seen defending Trump over the e-files, I'm starting to think they went to the chai boy parties. It's demoralizing. Nick and I have been going at it, and he's drank the Kool-Aid. Love your content. Chai boy parties? Ugh. Oof. Yeah, man love Thursdays, man. Not that I've ever seen anything like that, but that's a real fucking thing downrange. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like actually from what I've seen personally, guys, in the content creation space, the social media space, the vast majority of my veteran friends with big veteran Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube channels actually have not been supporting MAGA on this. There has been some, but the veteran community has been far more likely to denounce this shit over even veterans that are in the MAGA community have been the ones that have sort of started to break away from MAGA on that regarding the Epstein files and the new ICE stuff. So it's not all of them, but it is actually a lot more than I thought. A lot of my buddies some of my buddies that are like hardcore MAGA that just pivoted and were like, the second MAGA was like, we're going to take your guns away. They were like, nah, no, yep, nope, big middle finger, I'm out. So that's been kind of encouraging for sure with the veteran community. Trump's name appears more in the e-files than Jesus's name in the Bible. I believe that. Yeah, of course. I don't think Jesus' name is in the Bible 38,000 times. Trump's secret name is Orange Julius Caesar. No salad. Julius. Okay. Orange Julius Caesar. I like that one. That's a good joke. Thank you, brother. I would bet $500 parlay that Maury Povich, Jerry Springer, and Chris Hansen are in the files. Chris Hansen's definitely not in the files, dude. That dude is legit. Chris Hansen is fucking legit when it comes to exposing pedophiles, bro. He's not in the files. I can promise you that. That dude is legit. The other two, yeah, probably. Springer and Povich, yeah, probably. But Hansen, nah, dude. Hansen's a fucking G. That dude is the G of exposing PDFs. We can't knock him, man. He's been working on that stuff for way longer than anybody else. And he's got a great track record on it, by the way. E isn't alive. Little hats are not nostalgic. Same with Kirk. Same will happen with DT when the time comes. Hide and watch. Musk 69 says, my dude, we support the truth. You, in my honest opinion, have been doing that since day one. Well, thank you, man. We try to do it. You know, we try to just keep doing it, and it's been working. The channel keeps getting bigger and bigger, and you guys keep showing up to listen to me rant about my bullshit. But, you know, I try to just stay in my lane of my values, my morals, and try to apply them consistently, no matter what is put in front of me. That's how I try to live my life. I'm not perfect at it. I can mess it up sometimes, but that's how I try to do it. And hopefully I do a good job at it for you guys. Appreciate your integrity. Thank you, Matt. All right, two more, and then we're jumping back. Sean is getting sued by the politician Christian cults. Yeah, the pedo Christian cults. Yeah, I'm thinking about doing some content on that probably this week to back up our buddy Sean on that. Guess I am too, brother. Yeah. All right, Hector says, isn't it more accurate to say that the ultra rich instead of J's, Bush Senior, Trump, all non-J billionaires? Yeah, there's a couple here and there, man. But like, if you really get into the files, the vast majority is one specific group. It just is. Okay. Real quick, guys, I don't know much about this story. All right. But it's the only big story out of Democrats this week. Do you guys know who Scotty K Fitness is? Scotty K Fitness. I had no idea who this dude was before the massive controversy this week. So I don't really have an opinion on it other than the stories I've seen. But apparently, you don't know who Scotty K Fitness is? He's got like 2 million. He's huge. He's like everywhere I look right now. This guy's getting drug hard. Apparently, he's got like 2 million followers on Instagram. Huge page. Big, he's been a big virtue signaler, like pronouns in the bio type thing, which I don't like. Whatever, dude. But apparently, his whole shtick is like being this value-based, take care of everybody. Again, if you guys haven't heard of him, it's going to be a quick segment, right? But what happened was, turns out this guy he's got a real bad past, and he changed his name. He's got a bunch of sexual assault allegations. And then recently he got in a bunch of trouble because somebody said he looked like some gay actor, and then he doxed some disabled guy and like made fun of a disabled dude who didn't have any, couldn't feel anything above his waist. Anyway, just weird shit. But I wanted to, for those of you who do know, I just kind of thought it was interesting. His now apology tour that he's on, which is, again, this is after people have found out what a horrible person he actually is. This is the last thing you should ever do, is make a crying, please forgive me apology tour after it turns out that you doxed a disabled guy and you're a horrible, horrible human being, apparently. Let's see what he had to say, though.
I owe you all an apology. For days now, I have been lying to myself, saying things like, I'm a good person. I've done a lot of good for the world. It's all bullshit deflection to keep me from taking responsibility for my own actions. I've built this entire platform on inclusivity and kindness.
Oh.
And I lost sight of that in my own ego. I lashed out at people. I responded to hatred with hatred.
No. He didn't respond to hatred with hatred. He doxed a guy who said that he looked like an actor who just turned out he was gay. Anyway, I figured you guys were going to know who he is. I didn't know who he was before this big controversy, but he got a gigantic social media page. So I figured you guys would be interested in it because you knew who he was. Apparently you don't. But here's what the takeaway I have from this. The virtue signaling is never going to work out for you. If you try to be the holier than thou, and I'm the best person in the world, and I am the kindest person in the world, especially when you have a terrible backstory and you're a huge piece of shit, people are going to find out who you are. They are. They're going to find out who you are. They're not going to buy it. And once you get caught, you're fucked. Because what people really hate is, again, sort of that, like, mount on high approach for like, I'm holier than everybody. And I treat everybody better than they treat me. And when it turns out that's not the case, it doesn't work out well for you. All right. One more, just a response to it. Again, I'm surprised you guys don't know about the story. It's fucking everywhere on Instagram. And he's got a giant YouTube or a giant Instagram page. Whatever, who cares? Here's a great response. This is kind of what my response would have been.
Watching the downfall of Scotty K Fitness over the last week is just further evidence that if you build your entire follower base by pandering to whatever the current culture wants, you're that much more cancelable.
Yep.
You've got to take the route that I did, saying the worst, most horrendous things out the gate, scare off the sheep, and then when something bad inevitably does come out, my followers are just going to be like, yeah, we knew he was an asshole. I might even get more followers because of it. So guys, don't pander.
Which is perfect. That's why I don't do that either. Not trying to pretend that, I'm better than anybody or else anything like that. Anyway, all right. That was our one Democrat segment. I thought that was the biggest story in social media Democrat news. And you guys are like, who the fuck is that guy? So, oh well. Guess not. All right, who cares? All right, keep it moving. Let's move on to our greatest ally, right? That's what we're all here for. So let's do it. All right. From the E-Files, here we go. In response to Steve Bannon being removed from the National Security Council in 2017, Michael Wolff told Big E, war between the Jays and the non-Jays, the Jays are presently winning. That seems like a normal thing to say, okay, and here's the actual email between Michael Wolff and Big E. War between the Jays and the non-Jays. Jews are presently winning. So again, I don't know. I don't know why you guys actually talk about this that way. It's almost like, you actually think that we're all goyim and we're all cattle. Speaking of which, I got a good clip for that right here that we're going to bring up as well. Talking about Christian Zionism. Yes, Christian Zionism. Isn't this an interesting thing in 2026? Very, very bizarre. But let's see a pretty good take on this.
What is your thoughts on Christian Zionism? You have to be one hell of an idiot to believe that the people who crucified your Savior are the ones that you must support, bend over for, and give everything hand over foot. So the people that murdered your Savior, who say he's boiling in hot excrement in hell, and whose mother Mary is not a virgin, she's a whore, and you call yourself a Christian Zionist, you are a bloody fool. You're worse than a fool. You are actually taking sides with the synagogue of Satan, who your Savior warned you about. I got to give the Jewish state credit, man. You have dumbed down us goyim so much that you have produced the absolute antithesis. Those people, like for me, when I talk about Muslims or Christians, I feel that the only way we can do this realistically is fake Muslims, real Muslims. Fake Christians, real Christians. Needless to say, Christian Zionists are not only fake Muslims, you are literally servants to the very ones who crucified yours, literally.
I mean, seeing after everything we've seen in the files today, is he wrong? Is he wrong? Or is it there it is? Yeah. Seems like, and that came out before the files, by the way. But if you guys didn't know, while you were distracted, and me included, by the way, I'm not saying you personally, I'm not trying to attack you. While we were all a little distracted this week by the files, do you guys know what happened through executive order? Can you guess what we did? Can any of you guess what we did while everybody was distracted? Oh, look at that. Yup. Look at that. U.S. approves $6.67 billion in new arms to our greatest ally. While everybody was distracted with the files, the Trump administration just approved 2 days ago new arms sales to Israel worth almost $7 billion. $4 billion for Apache helicopters, $2 billion for light tactical vehicles, $740 million for powered tracks, armored vehicles, $150 million for additional light utility helicopters, etc., etc. So there you go. While you were all super distracted, well, not you, all of us, me included, while we were all super extracted by the files, we just executive ordered another $7 billion to our greatest ally for military helicopters and equipment. Isn't that interesting? Did you guys hear about that? Some of you did, but not very many people heard about that. Isn't that funny? Yeah, I love how they moved it up just one from 6.66 to 6.67. Yes, so while we were all super goddamn extracted, of course, more money shoved to our greatest ally. Go figure. I wonder why, too. Why are they going to need that? I don't know. Maybe because we're about to go to war with Iran again, if I had to guess. Now, this is actually interesting. This is from Jake Shields. I want you guys to take a look at this. So this email is going pretty viral. Won't tell us again, why is the from redacted? There's absolutely no reason the government should have redacted this. But from Jeffrey Epstein, or to Jeffrey Epstein from somebody, says, oh, in response to, where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video. That's fucking gross. But what did Jake dig up? Well, when was this sent? April 25th, 2009. The person he's talking to that's redacted, wonder who this could be. It says, I'm in China. I will be in the U.S. the second week of May. Sent from BlackBerry wireless device. Well, and we don't know for sure, but who just happened to be in China during this week and then was in the United States the second week? Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu meets with Yang Jiechi, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China on April 23rd, 2009. And then, yes, 2 weeks later, you can't see it down here that well, he was back in the United States as list of international prime ministerial trips made by Benjamin Netanyahu to America in the second week of May during 2009. Now, I'm not saying we don't know for sure because the name's redacted, but it does seem interesting to me that Bibi Netanyahu was in the exact two places that corroborate to that email of him telling Big E, I loved the torture video. I'm sure it was some random other person that Big E just happened to be friends with that also was in China during that week and then went to the United States during that second week. I'm sure there was some other person that we just don't know about that just matches up perfectly to all that. Couldn't have been BB talking about loving the torture videos. Couldn't have been, even though it kind of matches up directly. Isn't that interesting, guys? Isn't all this interesting? And here's another one. What did Big E say? Non-Jays only exist to serve the Jays. Yep.
We're born to only serve us, he said in a 2010 sermon. Without that, they have no place in the world, only to serve the people of Israel. Guys, this is insane. Really, like, I mean, this is like every stereotype, every paranoia, every conspiracy theory, everything just it all aligns. And it seems like I don't even know what to say.
It's tough to know what to say other than, again, what Asman just said. It appears every stereotype, like we said throughout the episode, just seems to be exactly what is in the files. Now, as we move through this, I'm sure you guys saw, obviously we did a big episode about how Andrew Tate completely folded and, he's top goy now. We know that. Well, what else do we have? A couple little whoopsies. What about his brother, Tristan? What did you have to say this week?
Do I like the state of Israel? Frankly, not very much. Am I an anti-Semite? Do I dislike Jewish people?
Good.
No.
Segue.
That's a very different thing. That's a very different. I just told you I'm dating an Israeli girl right now. She's Israeli.
What?
Oh, my.
You hear that? Tristan Tate says, I just told you I'm currently in a relationship with an Israeli girl. Huh. I'm sure that's not, given the huge shift by the Tate brothers out of nowhere to go on a massive Kiss the Wall apology tour. I'm sure that's definitely not a Mossad honeypot. I'm sure, definitely not a Mossad honeypot. No way. Keep in mind, do you see the, I don't know if you guys saw this, the podcast that he's on? Let's see if I can actually pause it here. Pause it here real quick so you can see what podcast he's on where he says
Israel,
this.
Frankly,
pause it here.
Not very much. Am I an anti-Semite? Do I dislike Jewish people?
Good.
No.
Segue.
That's a very different thing.
Okay, see here? Shapiro Capital. Yes. A rich real estate J that he's on the apology tour here for, acknowledging that he's got a Mossad honeypot girlfriend now. There it is. There it is for you guys. Anyway, all right, what else we got? We got a couple. No, we are just about done. Oh, last one, Ben Shapiro. We got a Ben Shapiro clip to finish the show because that's going to keep us all, going to get us all riled up. Let's see what old Benny had to say this week.
Can't just compare things to the Holocaust. You can't. I'm sorry.
We need to all stand up. In college, I took literature of the Holocaust, and the biggest lesson
that I learned was that silence is our biggest enemy.
ICE picking up individual illegal immigrants and sending them back to their home countries is not the same as an entire war infrastructure set up to systematically murder millions of people of a particular race. Turns out that's not the same thing, like at all. And
So this is what I would say to Ben. Because what Ben is trying to say is that what ICE is doing, because that was the allegations there, is what ICE is doing is similar to the H. I'm not going to say that word. But Ben's response to that is you can't compare everything to the H, right? And that what ICE is doing by systematically, ethnically cleansing a group of people out of this country is not the same as what the H was. Are you sure? Are you sure it's not really, 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 really similar? It kind of feels like it's kind of pretty similar. Just saying, Ben. Just saying, Ben. I know you want the H to be this thing that, again, 100 years later that we're still crying about, but kind of feels pretty similar, to be honest. You know, like systematically removing, I don't know. Wait, how many supposed J's were killed in the H? 6 million? We know that's not true. We know it's closer to 300,000. Well, we deported close to 300,000 people out of the country, which would be trying to ethnically cleanse those people out of the country. I'm just saying. They kind of have some similarities, Ben. But my point is, if you're Ben Shapiro and you're going to cry about one of them, but then try to justify the other one, sorry, man. I'm not going to be sympathetic for you. Because you have to have, for me, you got to have consistent values. You have to have consistent values. And if you're Ben Shapiro, if you want to say the H was so bad, well, you should have consistent values to say that this is also bad. Or what is happening? Where was this comment? This is also bad. But he won't do that. He won't do that. And so that's why nobody takes him fucking seriously. And everybody just rolls their eyes when he starts crying about it. You know what I mean? At least that's where I'm at. I'm not gonna feel bad for Ben Shapiro for what happened. What? And he says himself, he doesn't care about. Ben Shapiro said he didn't care about the JFK assassination because it happened, what, 60 years ago? Okay, well. Maybe most of us don't care about something that happened 40 years before that. I don't know. Sorry, nobody gives a shit, dude. Boo-hoo. Especially now, with everything we're seeing in the files, it's like, dude, shut the fuck up. Everybody's like, dude, we don't want to fucking hear it, man. We don't want to hear it. We don't. Nobody wants to hear any of that anymore. We're pretty sick of it. Anyway, all right. We did it. We made it through the show. 3 hours for the regular show. God damn it, guys. This one took longer than I thought. Hopefully it was a good show. All right. We still got to get through the super chats. Hopefully you guys had a good time. All right. I have to go pee. Okay. So what we're going to do, like always, this is the end of the regular scheduled broadcast. 3 hours in. Thank you all so much. We had a really big show tonight. Appreciate you all being here. I am going to go pee real quick. It's going to take me 60 seconds. That way I can come back. We're going to do the super chats. So for everybody who wants to stick around, shoot the shit, talk shit in the super chats together, that's what we're going to do next. If you were just here for the regular scheduled live stream, awesome. Thank you so much. Somebody said the flash in your shadow box is failing. I know that's not from me. That is from the Army movers who dropped my plaque and fucked up a bunch of the stuff in it, and I cannot get into it because it's all sealed. So that's the way it goes. All right, let me go pee real quick, guys. We'll come back. We're gonna hit the super chats. Thank you all so much. Give me 60 seconds, and we will be right back. All right, stand by. We're back. Yeah, 3 hours straight, guys. I gotta pee eventually. You know what I mean? You guys at home can go whenever you want, but I'm here trying to entertain y'all. Okay, we're back. Cool. All right, let's do it. Let's. The people demand Munchkin. All right, hold on. Let me text my daughter. I know. I was thinking about bringing her, but she's in my daughter's room. But we can text my daughter and tell her to bring her in here. All right, here we go. Are you not entertained? Yeah, thanks, Luna. Yeah, I'll tell my daughter to bring Munchkin in here, see if she'll hang out. Yo, she hung out for the entire stream with me and Jake last night, like from start to finish, which was awesome. Okay, let's jump it in. Let's knock these super chats out. Let's get into it. All right. All right. I think this is where we were starting here. Rebecca says they are trying to normalize it like the old days. Oh, here we go. She did. Here's the baby. Baby Munch. See if she'll stay. Well, she's here, but we'll see if she'll probably come back. She's gonna wander around the room for a little while. All right. She likes to hang out on the computer. Well, she really likes to hang out on the laptop because it's warm. And then she'll, like last night, she'll sometimes like somehow hit the keys to completely delete everything off the computer. But she'll be back. You can see her little tail there in the corner. All right. Oh, you coming back? You want out? She's not into it, guys. Sorry. Tried. So everybody with cats should know you don't get to decide. You don't get to decide to try to force them to hang out with you. They decide. I do have a giant Rottweiler, actually. She's right outside as well. We got a giant Rottweiler and a Munchkin cat. So, okay. Rebecca says they're trying to normalize it like the old days back when people sold their children off. It's disgusting. And there's a bunch of this type of stuff in the files that this is something gross that's happening. Please think about getting another channel. I have a feeling they will be shutting some down. I do have another channel. Yeah, we actually started a second comedy channel that we got almost 70,000 subscribers in 2 months. And then we didn't have time to put content out on it because I'm focused on this channel. So, but who knows? We do need to get on Rumble or something like that because they're probably going to come get us eventually. Wood chipper or throwing rocks. Rocks cost nothing and it's a good workout either way. PDS will be afraid again. Yeah, I mean, wood chipper, it feels like more I feel like it's like more satisfying, right? If you could throw some PDFs in the wood chipper than throwing rocks, but like, anything works. Wexner wasn't a victim. He was a mentor. Wexner's group of 10 Zionists put Epstein in play in service to our greatest ally. He was the guy billionaires turned to when their money was stolen. Could be. The issue is we just really don't know. We really don't know how that whole thing unfolded. Freitas addressed the files today. I didn't have time to watch it. Thanks for your integrity, Nate. Yeah, I bet you he didn't say a goddamn word about Trump. I can guarantee you that. I don't even have to look to see what he had to say. I can guarantee you he didn't say a fucking word about it. Tim Pool is the boot. Trump's name in Big E's files 38,000 times. Yep, we got that corrected on us. Jesus's name is only 1,500 times in the New Testament. Ouch. Ouch. Roll that beautiful bean footage. You people better not be talking trash against the tiny hats. Just keep quiet, eat your bugs, own nothing, and be happy, boys and girls. Yeah. Yeah, goyim. Do what you're told. If we eliminate the PDFs in the Epstein files, will we get more powerful like Highlander? No. I mean, I wish we would. Maybe we would. I don't know. How do we do that? How do we do that? How do we do it? How do we get accountability, guys? The problem is the government is in charge of bringing accountability to the government. And I don't see them doing it. How do you get the government to bring accountability to itself. I don't know. I'm doing a video tomorrow on Kash Patel and Pam Bondi and their involvement on this. And so maybe we could talk about that, but we'll see. How the F did the country get here? Only Jesus coming back can fix this. I mean, the thing is, like we showed at the entire, if you've been here the entire time, like we showed at the start of the episode, this shit's been going on in broad daylight for 4 decades, 4, 5, 6 decades. And they've been saying it to us directly. And we just pretended that they were kidding. And they were not kidding, it turns out. Does anybody remember the allegations of Teal drinking the blood of virgin boys? Validity to investigate now? Yeah, I mean, sounds like, now that you say it now, you're like, oh, yeah, duh. Yeah, he's super close friends with Epstein. We know that they were doing this exact type of stuff. We know Peter Thiel is gay. Yeah, sure. I would assume that's true. I don't even go like, oh, that's a conspiracy. Oh, that's tinfoil. I would just go, yeah, that makes sense. I'm sure that he was doing that. You know what I mean? But ugh. No more left versus right. This is good versus evil, for sure. For sure. As a union laborer, my own leftists cast me out for not being a Democrat because I did not associate it for foreign wars. I could not be a conservative. My own leftists cast me out for not being a Democrat because I did not associate for foreign wars. I mean, both sides. Here's the thing. The Uniparty loves foreign wars. You know what I mean? So the left and the right really does. The populist left and the populist right are the two groups that are anti-war. The neocon center, so the neocon liberals and the neocon MAGA are sort of the pro-war establishment party, uniparty right now. And then you have the populist right, populist left that are anti-war. So, for example, you got people like, let's say, Anna Kasparian, that's going to be super anti-war as a populist progressive. And then you got people like Chuck Schumer, who are super pro-war as a neocon liberal, I guess you could say. And the same goes for the right as well. I think that's really how it's sitting right now. Can you please explain the connection with QAnon and the files? Clearly I missed the update. Sincere question. I don't know what QAnon's connection to the files are. I'm assuming they don't, because QAnon is MAGA and MAGA is pretending that the files aren't real. So yeah, I'm not sure what QAnon is talking about it. They're probably trying to defend this just like everybody else on MAGA. So who knows? Neil Conway, many occult systems teach that they are free of karmic debt or crimes they communicate in advance. Also, it doesn't matter what we believe. Finally, it may just be feeding their own narcissism. Maybe. MJ was the victim of the industry. Yep. We owe him an apology. We owe a lot of people apologies, as we talked about it. Thank you, Nate, for all your hard work for us. Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I like your yin yang here, right? We got the human handprint and the dog paw print, and this is like my life right here. Plus a munch. If you got like a little munchkin paw in there with the 3 of them, that's how I operate. Diego. Wait until you find out they're a Borda Diftus in vaccines. What is this? Borda. Oh, I get it. You guys have to do this for the comments. There is, in the vaccines. I actually have started to hear this type of thing about this. I don't know enough about it yet. Need to interview Sasha Riley. I actually did, guys. I know you guys have been asking me a lot about this story. I actually have started investigating the story. I have. I've just been trying to get like a better understanding of it before I talk about it. But I have actually been working on this one. Didn't Al Franken get caught being a PDF? No, actually, surprisingly, Al Franken didn't get caught being a PDF. He got caught being a pervert and sexually harassing / assaulting a female active duty soldier. But as far as I know, that didn't involve children. Still makes him a fucking creep, but and again, that's as far as I remember the story. Excuse me. Someone needs to dig into the killing of Irana Zarutska. Yeah. Let's not forget Dennis Hestert. I don't know who that is. Penta. I forgot this is Penta's new channel. I don't know who Dennis Hestert is. I'd have to look that up. The Road Warrior says, we the people need to do something about the sick shit because our governments are never going to. Here are the hoochie shorts. Here for the hoochie shorts. These are Barbell Apparel workout shorts first of all, by the way, guys. Fantastic company. Not a paid advertisement, but you know, are actually like you'd actually be Barbell Apparel is one of those partners I have where I don't just do ads for it. I literally, that's like all I wear. For their jeans, for their dress clothes, for their workout clothes, best clothes in the world. Where is Ian Carroll? I don't know what Ian's up to. You know, probably making content. I haven't talked to Ian in a couple days though. Not sure what he's up to right now. Thirsty says, anyone who thinks child's spare parts market is a myth, look into how the cartels went from drugs to human trafficking to the spare parts business. The only provide us what we demand. We do everything bigger here, y'all. Yeah, like we said earlier in the show, 300,000 missing children during the Biden administration with what was going on with the border. We don't know where those children are even currently. But I have a feeling that we're starting to realize where these children might have gone, which is disgusting. Good thing Dan Goigino is on the case and owning all of us. The mental gymnastics by MAGA is chef's kiss. I only thought the left was wacky and made zero logical sense. Hypocrisy all around. Yeah. It's the same shit. Guys, the same shit happened during COVID with the left. You know what I mean? Remember, like, when we were all so pissed off, and not everybody on the left, but a huge portion of the left was doing like this weird pro-authoritarian, pro-government, pro-shutdown, pro-lockdown. Like, it was insane. And it was insane when the left did it, and it's insane when MAGA's doing it. And what I don't, maybe that's just what the tribalism is. It's for like the center, and this is what we were talking about, sort of like that center demographic, the center left, center right, who is like, as long as their team is in power, they just don't give a fuck. And they're like, yeah, I'm all about government authoritarianism as long as my team's in charge. So I think what you have is you sort of have that like center, and I don't mean center as in like moderate center, but like the center demographic of people who are just like, I don't want to call them dumb. That's not what I mean. But like, as long as my political party is in power, I agree with anything they do. And then you have like the populist left and right that are kind of like, hey, I don't give a fuck if it's my political party or not. If you do things that are wrong or a breach of American sovereignty or are authoritarian, I'm not going to agree with that. You know what I mean? And so that's just it's one of the problems with the two-party system for sure, is you get a lot more of that. The 80s were a pivot, or Neil says the 80s were a pivot for this with the demonic daycares, and also recall the season of spirit cooking. Google if you dare. Marina Abramovic, spirit cooking might clear things up for the naive. Well, those of you watching the channel, if you want to look that up, feel free to. I haven't heard of that one before. But demonic daycares, wouldn't be shocked with all the children that are missing. Hector says, okay, my guy, chill. I don't think Epstein funded and unleashed COVID. Okay, well, he talked to Bill Gates about doing it in emails. You put like, see people like this that put the laughing emoji, like, that would never happen. We have fucking emails between Bill Gates and Jeffrey Epstein literally discussing it in 2018. And you think it's a big joke. They admitted to it in emails between the two of them. This is the type of bootlicking you gotta get outside of this bootlicking, guys. You have to get outside of this bootlicking. If we can look at words out of their own goddamn mouths admitting to this, you got to stop yourself and go, hey, if they're saying they did it, they're probably telling the truth. All right. Looking forward to the Anthony Aguilar interview. Did your previous video about him get taken down? Respect for inviting him to respond. No, I don't think so. We did a live stream together. Not with Anthony Aguilar. But no, I talked to him last night. And yeah, probably going to have him on the show soon. So there you go. There you go. Yeah, planning on having him on soon. Don't know for sure when. We'll have to figure it out together. But yeah, I talked to him last night. So there we go. Nick Irving talks about 80% of Afghans are gay. Man Love Thursday, which is invented to indoct soldiers, exaggerating his kills. Also, we both know that's not even 10% homosexuality there. Yeah, no, that's not true at all. Guys, should I be rude? I don't want, not rude, but like, should I just give you the reality of who this guy is? Right, Nick Irving. if you want, because yes, he comes out and says retarded shit all the time like this. Comes out and says that a 50 cal round will fucking take your arm off from 12 inches away. That's not true. Like, it's all fucking. He's an E4. He's a specialist, or was a specialist in Ranger Battalion with one deployment, as far as I understand. And that's the extent of his experience. So we need to calm down with the private, or barely became a specialist, in what he discusses about what was happening in Afghanistan or China or all these places. Because, again, for everybody that was in the military, me included, do you know how much access to information you had as an E4? As an E4? The answer is none, guys. The answer is none. No, like, you're a fucking child at that point. Okay. So no, I'm not going to listen to what an E4 has to say about what's happening in Afghanistan or China or foreign conflict or foreign policy. I'm just not going to do it. And I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying that's just a child. Yeah, I know the E4 Mafia. I get it, guys. I was in the E4 Mafia at one point way earlier in my career. But no, we're not taking anything that he says seriously. Okay. Not in the military, at least. He doesn't have the experience for that. So but no, in Afghanistan, is this a thing? Yes, but I mean, I worked like in Ranger Battalion. They're not even working with the Afghans, guys. Green Berets work with the host nation force. He's not even working with Afghans. And for me personally, all the time I work with those guys, like some of this stuff is going on, but it's like, it's super rare. I never saw any of it myself. So it can't be that prominent. It is a thing in Muslim culture, right? Because it's called Bocce Boys. Man Love Thursday is another one, because they're so repressed in cultures like under the Taliban to where like women aren't allowed to be a part of anything. But this isn't like a normal thing. It's pretty austere for the most part. But there you go. Yeah, certain regions a little bit more than others. Yep, there you go. See, chat knows. Chat knows. See, people know what we're talking about in here. But yeah, to say 80% of Muslims are gay, that's retarded. That's fucking viciously retarded. And that's why you don't listen to people like that. Fauci said, Fauci is said to have made/released COVID in North Carolina. I don't know about North Carolina, but I'm assuming we were obviously very, very, very directly involved in making it. Maybe it wasn't even in China. Maybe the whole Wuhan thing was all bullshit at this point. I wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised if this was completely designed by, I'm not going to say it. But what we do know with the discussion between Big E and Bill Gates, yeah, maybe the Austrian painter and the other 108 countries were right after all. I'm not going to get into that, but these new file release really start making things historically make a little bit more sense throughout the world. I wish more would realize this isn't about left versus right, but Americans versus a disgusting elite ruling class, and that we outnumber them. If we could ever get there as a society, we might make real change. But man, I don't see it happening in the near future. Mainly because people are too comfortable. And when people are comfortable, they're not about to rise up and do anything. You got to make people very, very uncomfortable. You got to take away their iPhones. You got to take away their homes. You got to do a lot. And we're not there in America yet, unfortunately. Look into Anek Lucas. I don't know who that is. You got to give me a little bit more context than that. Diamond with a $30 super sticker from Australia. Well, thank you very much. That's super generous of you. Thank you. Jake the Crypto Snake. I love this, Jake the Snake. Guys, I'm a big Escape from LA fan, so I do like this name, this YouTube name. Seems like Nixon might have been the last president we had that wasn't in on all of them, and with how he talked about Bohemian Grove, but I wouldn't be surprised if he was on it overall. No. Nixon, outside of JFK, was the last president that stood up to all of this. And as we know, and we're learning more about Watergate, is Watergate was our greatest ally led It really was. Greatest ally led basically collusion to remove Nixon from power because Nixon wanted to abolish AIPAC. And that's the truth. So there's that. Along with JFK as well. Obviously, JFK was the goat of that. But Six's mom says this just takes us back 2,000 years. Remember, they Jesus, evil is what it does. Aloha from Kauai. Appreciate you. Thank you very much, Six's mom. They're very, very clear in the files about how much they hate us. Very, very clear about how much they hate us. So, again, that's not my words. That's their words in the files. It's just rough that we're finally people that are actually like seeing the files are going, oh shit. Whoa, this is all real. This is actually, they call us goyim. They call us cattle. Like they really believe this stuff about us. And it's like, yeah. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Kill Switch Event 201 was an epidemic simulation done by Bill Gates about 6 months before, to a year before COVID. And yeah, it kind of makes sense that he was talking to Big E about exactly that with epidemic simulations, like we showed earlier. Jake again says him talking about Bohemian Grove with the Watergate tapes, pulled the trigger on the comment too fast. Yep, there you go. Justin Hagenson says their God Yahweh, who is known by many names, including Jehovah, El Shaddai, El Hakim, Kana, Jealous, or by his real name, Loki, the jealous God, the deceiver, trickster, and his children. I mean, you kind of forgot of a few big ones like Baal, Moloch, Satan. There's those ones too. You could also talk about, which are, there's that. NH with the big super sticker. Thank you very much. Very, very generous of you. Appreciate you. Thank you. American Citizen says they want us to go Mad Max. 1 vote for Mel Gibson. Yeah, Mel Gibson isn't he again exonerated American hero? God, we got to apologize to Mel. We got to apologize to Mel, guys. As a country, that dude was so far ahead of the curve. So far ahead of the curve. Mel Gibson was. Jimmy says I can't get my filters. Mexican cartels also baby eaters had to buy the J's. Nick Irving making money off of sensationalism and lies. Thursday night was a holiday. Someone in training decided to propagandize. No such thing. Well, I just gave you my opinion on that dude and why I don't take anything he says seriously about the military. Because again, he was a child when he was in the military, and E4s don't have any access to information to know anything about anything. So there's that. Keep moving. In late 2025, DT, Donald Trump personally urged for the production of a 4th Rush Hour movie. Yeah, I remember that. Reportedly supported by Paramount and director Brett Ratner, is seeing a move for cultural influence. I remember seeing that. So weird. Why is Donald Trump pushing for Hollywood to make another Rush Hour movie? I don't know. I think they're going to do it, though, from last I heard. Let it go wild and let all the ground. Let it all go to the ground, period. Yeah, I got to burn everything to the ground at this point. I'm not sure there's fixing anything, guys. It's so corrupt. And the problem is it's all of them. It's everyone. Corporate class, government class, military industrial complex. Everywhere you look at the power apparatus from the top part of the country and the world, they're all in on it. They're all in the files. And how do you hold the people accountable who have all the power? Well, I can tell you how you do it, but I'm not going to tell you on this YouTube stream because I don't want my channel to get deleted. But you can probably guess. All right, you can't rely on the FBI. They are literally protecting the people of power right now, like we said. Kash Patel's in charge of the FBI. That's the guy that's supposed to be bringing accountability to all this. Pam Bondi. Do you think they're about to bring justice? You got a lot more confidence than me if you think that fucking goof troop, which I'm doing an episode on tomorrow, is going to bring any goddamn justice to this country. Not happening. Lee Lattier says Chester Bennington and Chris Cornell didn't commit suicide. Pizzagate is now officially documented. Yep. We know Pizzagate is just a real thing. Or Lasagna Gate. Not supposed to say it on the show because they'll shut me down. But yeah, we know this is just a thing. And it actually happened. And it's pretty regular. And it's disgusting. Katie? Or Cat Wiling Out. Thank you for the super sticker, Cat. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Trump even flip-flop releasing the files on air. Yep. Nikki says they just caught a Trump-appointed judge in the files. There's a lot of Trump appointees in the files. So RFK's in the files. Like, just everybody's in the files. But I wouldn't be surprised. Captain says, Nate, what would you say to the Kofefi drinkers that defend the evilness? What would you say to Megyn Kelly's face if you had the chance? The exact same thing I say, like, what was my last episode in a regular video? I shit all over Megyn Kelly and I called her disgusting and that she's pathetic. And yeah, so I would say all of those things to all of these people. And I say it nonstop. MAGA on this channel. And I'm not going to stop because the reality is that people are moving in our direction. MAGA is moving, not everybody, but siphoning off people out of MAGA constantly into America First conservatism. They're saying, fuck this, fuck this. So it's happening. And so we're not going to stop unless they make us stop. But if that happens, you guys will know. And then the very next comment, they're going to nuke us. Yeah, they probably will nuke us before they let the files come out, to be honest, guys. I think they're willing to let the world end before they let any of this real ugliness come out. Appreciate your work, brother. Keep it up. Thank you, M Light. Penna says, no need, but many thanks. Thank you, Penna. Appreciate you, brother. We're going to check your channel out once I get done, bro. Chariot says, I subbed you a while back. Tim Kennedy, Stolen Valor Arc, unsubbed around the CK coverage, a little too conservative for me. Now I'm back because you're destroying the PDF cabal. Much respect. Here's what I would say. You can unsubscribe or subscribe to whoever you want, but what I would say is if you like someone's content and you unsubscribe and stop following them simply because they did one piece of content that you don't like ideologically wise, like, you should probably reevaluate. Like, I don't do that with people, not even my friends, man. Like, I disagree harshly with some of my close friends that do content on very specific things. But like, I'm not going to no longer be friends with them or follow their channels. Like, you're not going to agree with everybody 100%. I'm going to have takes that even people that are like the most staunch members of my community that have been here forever are going to be like, I don't like this take. I don't agree with Nate on a specific issue. And that's fine, guys. As long as you're willing to like keep discussing it and having an open mind and stuff like that. I don't get everything right either. I get things wrong and it is what it is. So again, I'm not telling you got to continue to follow me. I'm just saying, like, if somebody puts out one video that you don't like the take of, just to be like, I don't like this person anymore. That's not a great way to do it either. Right. Because we're human beings. Like the people that you agree with the most in the world, there's still going to be things that you're like, I don't agree with that. You know what I mean? So just think of it that way. All right. Brody says, fucked up world being exposed. Not sure how we get out of this, but I'm welcoming my first daughter in April. My top priority list is firearms training permit. Never felt more important. Any advice? No, go get the training. Get the permit, get the training, constantly keep getting the training. Do not stop, right? And it's something I do. I continue getting classes from other instructors, even when I'm teaching courses and stuff. And I'm teaching law enforcement departments and things like that, but I will still go out, continue to try to educate myself. And that's not just in firearms. Like, I'm doing it in martial arts. I'm doing it in firearms. I'm doing all sorts of different stuff where I'm trying to continue that education, continue that training. So, and even if it's by yourself, right? You want to go out, make sure you're up, like keeping up on your own skills out at the range. Like, you have to stay lethal, I guess you could say, but it's a real thing. But you're on the right path. And like thinking about your kids, thinking about a new daughter, that's exactly what you should be doing. That's traditional masculinity for sure, because you are concerned with protecting and providing your family and your community. And that's our message all the time on this channel, is that exact thing. So just stay after it, bro. Like and share. Thank you, Pim. Well, thank you very much. No comment. John Dilly says, have there been allegations of JE throwing these parties in the USA? Yes, at his house, by the way, which Donald Trump That's where Donald Trump is very implicated in the last files release, was at Big E's home, and then also his ranch in, I believe, New Mexico, Zorro Ranch. There's a lot of disgusting stuff that was supposedly going on out there that we're still potentially learning about. It's Zorro Ranch, guys? Am I right on that? Did I get that? Might have been a little bit off. Pretty sure that's his ranch, right? Wasn't that Big E's ranch, the Zorro Ranch in New Mexico? Okay. I thought we had it right. But if I'm wrong, somebody will correct me. All right. Yep, just subbed Pod Angry. Got to support Penta. Hell yeah. Go support Penta for sure. We're going to check his channel out once I'm done. Would you debate those Trump supporter podcasters? I have before. Fuck yes. Fuck yes. Of course, but they won't debate me. There's a reason why. One, my politics and my policies are the winning side. And two, most of them aren't smart enough to be able to debate realistically. They can shill, like somebody like Officer Tatum, like he can fucking yap his stupid fucking mouth on his own channel, but that dude can't debate anybody for anything. So, but yeah, no problems with that. But most people don't want to debate me. And you know, it is what it is. Not to say I'm the best debater in the world, but I do speak very well, and I think I'm more well-read and more experienced and have more worldly experience than the vast majority of MAGA content creators. Oh, we should do that. Yeah, Jack's in my group chat, man. You guys want to have should we have Jack on soon? A little Black Scout VFT collab. I think this is a good one. I love Jack stuff, dude. Love Jack stuff. Master debater. Yeah. I'll talk to Jack. We should do some content together. I love his stuff, man. We're very not completely the same in what we believe, but yeah, he's got good stuff, and yeah, he's in our group chat, in our content creator group chat, so I could hit him up. I think it's a good idea. I really like his content. He's got very, very good content. Here we go. Billdozer says, all this poking the nuclear bear is their way out. It's not just a distraction. When their gig is up, so is ours. EOW prediction heard here first. Yeah, God. This is kind of like Fallout. I don't know if you guys watched the TV show Fallout. But yeah, it's kind of like the idea of, hey, they'll just destroy everything before they let the world go to hell, I guess. Jack Sorov says Ratner is a real oopsies, unless that pick was of Rebecca Gayhart. I don't know. I'm not sure what we're talking about. They're a little bit behind here. If you're not familiar with Whitney Webb work, you may want to take a look. Her book is called One Nation Under Blackmail. I am familiar with her work. I haven't read this specific book, though. I probably should. I have heard, I think Ian was actually telling me about this book and said it was very, very good. Said it's kind of a hard read, but you need to interview Sasha Riley. Guys, again, I know I've been doing research into it. I got to first be able to get a hold of him, but I am privy to the story now. Yeah, I know you guys keep telling me this. I promise. I'm researching it now. I'm trying to get better understanding of the entire thing right now. VP says, Yo, Nate, you thought I told you to shut the fuck up the other day, but it was not directed to you. Keep it up. All right, well, I appreciate it, man. Again, like so much shit's going on the channel. Guys, I'm running the show. Sometimes I just see the chat, and sometimes I might think you're talking to me when you're not. So I appreciate it, brother. No harm, no foul. No hard feelings for sure. Business Plot 1933, worth doing a collab with Ian on. I met Jimmy Dore and totally gushed as a wounded Marine when he knew Smedley Butler was in 2016. History doesn't repeat. It echoes the Business Plot 1933. That'd be interesting. I'll have to check it out. Roll That Beautiful Bean footage says, I actually invested into Palantir before even knowing who and what they were. Made a few bucks. Now I got to take another shower. Oh, I think I've told you guys my investing into Palantir story before. 2022, I invested a decent amount of money when Palantir went public, because in special operations we use Palantir, and I was like, oh yeah, this is gonna crush. I don't know. I think I might have put, I don't know. I think wasn't that much. I think like 15 or 20 grand into Palantir when it actually wasn't when it IPO'd. It was when it dropped down to about $10 a share. And then I sold it all when Russia invaded Ukraine because I panicked because the tech market crashed. And yeah, we lost a lot of money on that. But I actually do kind of feel a little bit better about it now, knowing what a piece of shit, disgusting authoritarian company Palantir is, where I'm kind of like, I kind of feel good that I didn't make any money off that trade. So I do kind of feel like, okay, good. Now like my conscience can be a little bit clean because I didn't make money off of the company that's going to enslave us all. So there's that. But yeah, I didn't end up making any money off that. It is what it is. I missed that one. That's okay. How can we push back against surveillance? Flock cams? I don't know. This is a hard one, man. Like, ask China. Was China able to do it? Not really. Saudi Arabia, Dubai, all these other countries. It's kind of the norm. If you travel the country and travel the world, you'll start to see that like the surveillance state is sort of the norm, sort of everywhere. And it's getting bigger here, but how do we stop it? AJ said it lost 20,000 on options trading. Oh God, dude. Oh God. I don't do any of that anymore. I used to be into options trading. I was big into trading, and then it was so stressful that now I'm in ETFs, boys and girls. All my money goes in mutual funds and ETFs. I don't fuck around with it at all. S&P 500, put it in there. Don't worry about the rest. So that's where I'm at with my trading, guys. Just straighten S&P 500 ETFs and hoping for the best in the future. It's too stressful for me. I wasn't very good at it. I wasn't very good at stock trading, so we didn't pretend that we were a guru on that. JD Vance is a thread between our founders dressing up in drag and Palantir transhumanism. Look at the symbolism built into it. Yeah, I mean, the eyeshadow or the eyeliner is no doubt about that. He loves his eyeliner. Jared says, to quote their favorite in real life supervillain, we only have to kick in the door and the whole rotten structure will come crashing down. Thanks for speaking the truth. Thank you, John. I appreciate you. Thank you, JLM. Appreciate that. Crimson says, respect to you, VFT. Please reconsider jokes about Russian hookers. What? Without indications that they were also trafficked. Many victims, all equal, heartbreaking. That's a good point. That is pretty fair. However, understand that when it comes to Russia, not just Russia, but also the United States, it's not just the children that are used. And in places like Russia, they actually work for the KGB and things like that as actual intelligence assets to compromise people. We do this in the United States as well. But to your point, yeah, that doesn't mean they're not victims as well. So, fair enough. I feel bad for Biggie Smalls. Have you seen the 50 Cent documentary? Big E isn't Christopher Wallace, aka the notorious B.I.G. Big E is $1 billion ad for wood chippers. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, we call him Big E not because we want to, but because we got to work around the algorithm. So no offense to the notorious B.I.G. on that one. Did I miss my first comment being read? If so, here's some money. I don't think so. I usually go one by one, man. Didn't mean to. And then here you are again. If they're not deporting anyone, then why do they need so many detention facilities? I think it's for us, not the illegals. Good question. I don't know. Good question. I don't know, because no, they're not deporting hardly anybody. So I don't know what they're doing with the facilities. But a good question. I don't have a good answer for you on that one, though. Emmanuel says, ain't Fuentes Mexican? Yes. His dad's Mexican. He's half Mexican, as far as I understand. Or maybe a quarter. He can shut his mouth. Yeah. Yo, Nate, you should check out Kyle Kalinske from Secular Talk. I watch Kyle's stuff quite a bit, not because I'm necessarily a big fan. I don't agree. And here's what I'm going to tell you guys. Remember what I told you earlier about, hey, just because a content creator puts out one thing you don't like, I like to, some of the stuff I do agree with him on, surprisingly, but not everything. There's a lot of stuff that I disagree with him on. Watching him, who did he call a cuck the other day on Piers Morgan? Who was he just dogging and just calling a fucking cuck over and over and over again? That was actually hilarious. And I was like, fuck yeah, get him. But, you know, I disagree with Kyle on a lot of stuff. But at the same time, I still watch his content. You know why I watch his content? Because I like to get perspectives of people far left, left, center, right, and far right. I want to know what everybody is thinking. And I don't have to agree with you to still watch your content or find it entertaining. And so I do watch Kyle Kalinske here and there. Not because I necessarily agree with him on everything, but I just want to know. Yeah, crystal ball. Yeah, I know that. But yeah, I think his content's pretty good. I don't agree with a lot of his, you know, his takes and his values, but I do agree with some of the stuff that he comes up with. He does have kind of an American first approach on a lot of stuff. But again, that's why I just kind of think, you know, you should be open to that type of stuff, guys. The reason why I watch stuff from, I'll watch Hassan sometimes. I'll watch Destiny sometimes. I'll also watch Nick Fuentes. I'll watch even Ben Shapiro. Like, I'll watch everybody so that I can see what everybody's take is on different issues. And that way I can come to my own conclusions and opinions on things. Because if I only watched, or if you guys only watched, you know, like far right or just MAGA or only watched far left, like you're never really going to get a good critical thinking, Socratic questioning approach to understanding things because you're only getting one perspective. So I would highly suggest you guys, even if you don't like it, sometimes it's cringe. You watch a video and you'll be like, God, this is fucking dumb. But you're going to get the perspective of somebody you might not agree with. So that's what I try to do. And so, yes, I do watch Kyle Kalinske stuff pretty frequently. Not all of the stuff, but here and there I will watch it. He is definitely in my algorithm for sure. They're always in Tucson. All right, Chariot says, worth mentioning that the really bad people, murderers, drug dealers, etc., ICE has collected are already incarcerated by the U.S. prison system. Do you really believe that? Do you actually believe this? Okay. And those people aren't being apprehended by any of these Gravy Seals. Lies abound. You really think that all the murderers, drug dealers, and cartel members have already been arrested by ICE? Okay. Okay. I mean, God bless you. God bless you if that's really what you think. Screw this. I'm opening up a daycare, making millions and getting run to Africa. Not a bad idea. ICE agents in the detention centers are for us. We have to wake up. The cages are for us. Well, let's hope not. You said it. La Migra only goes into blue areas, while meat processing and other processing areas are left alone. Not since Reagan. We talked about that earlier. And yeah, I'm sure ICE is operating in Texas and Florida, but not at the levels they are throwing at places like Minneapolis. That's where the whole focus is. And you have to ask yourself why. That's why we discussed that earlier. Nick stole the deportation numbers from Talking Point from Dave Smith, who used it against Nick's bad take on ICE, what we voted for last week. Nope, those deportation numbers are directly from the government. I looked them up myself. Sorry. I've gone full tinfoil hat. I mean, at this point, it's not tinfoil. There's no more tinfoil. It's real. All the conspiracies are real. At least that's what the files say. Nate, do you have an email found an Epstein file with an unredacted names, including former head of NATO, heads of state, U.S., UK Parliament, chief reporters? I do. If you just look at my profile bio here on YouTube, you'll be able to see it right there. And you can email me if you've got some tips. Oh, there's Bays, real Bays here. What's up, buddy? I don't know if you're still here because we're still working through them. Bay says ICE is deporting a lot because without the immigrants, they have no justification for being here. They're for all of us. It's the normalization of IDF type military policing for Americans. Well, I mean, ICE is also, to Bay's point, what we do know is they have received training from the IDF. So, yeah, it kind of makes sense. You're trying to, I don't know, ethnically cleanse a specific group of people out of your country. You know who's really, 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 really good at that? Greatest ally. Just saying. Just a juice box. Thank you, brother. Scott says 57 bill United States Marine Corps, 17 billion per year. Guess which is a great buy. I don't know. I'm not sure what you mean. Who's the 17 bill a year going to? Probably our greatest ally. Beretta says, we can fucking scream and yell, point out Captain Obvious, and demand justice and arrest, but the elites and PDF protectors remain quiet and nothing will be done. Will this die out to the next distraction? Great point. I was thinking about this today, Beretta. Yes, it will. Yes, it will, because they've already said they're not going to release any more Epstein files. So what we're going to do for the next week or so is we're all going to be super pissed off. We're going to be doing a bunch of content on this. And then most likely the United States and Israel will invade Iran. That'll turn into an entire clusterfuck. And the mainstream media will never talk about this ever again. And when people like me try to do content to remind you about the Epstein files, YouTube will heavily censor, limit, and demonetize those videos so that content does not reach your eyes and ears because you're being distracted by the mainstream media apparatus of what's going on in the Middle East or the war. I know that was a little bit of a rant, but yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. That is exactly what's going to happen. Give it 2 weeks. We'll talk about it on a live 2 weeks from now on Tuesday. And I guarantee you, all of us here that were here for this conversation will be like, yep, it happened. But yeah, that's what's going to happen, guys. So great comment. To your point, I am 100% with you on that one. Thank you. What do you expect? He pardoned a 400 million ton kingpin. Yes, he did. And then threatened to invade a different country, Cuba, or who was it? With Venezuela, Cuba. What was the other one? Colombia. Yeah. But yeah. Isn't that interesting? Do you think this was why JFK was offed? Was this what he was going to take the mafia down over the mafia? No. Actually, me and Jake Shields had a really good conversation about JFK and why he was killed on my episode with him. If you want to go watch it, I don't want to get super deep into it. A lot of different reasons why JFK was offed. Green Beret stuff involved in it, actually. So I don't want to, it'll take us a long time to get into, but go watch that episode. We have a big conversation about it. If you want to get a better idea of my personal opinion of why it's not really an opinion, it's why, but it's over there on that. Six's mom says, divide and conquer, turn us against each other, break the middle class, seize power. 2001, it was close. Then can't really say that because YouTube hates those two words next to each other. I don't think they thought we'd unite. Z built his bunker here. Aloha from Kauai. Yeah, we got tricked by the patriotism angle in 2001 for sure. That is not working anymore. And so I'm just interested to see their game plan. I don't know what their game plan going forward is going to be, but I think they're going to be desperate, and it's going to be something. Something's coming, guys. Something is coming. I promise you it is. Something big is coming. They cannot allow what is happening in the media to continue happening without a giant distraction and to get everybody off this. It's coming. I promise you it's coming. Robert says, thank you for bringing up ICE isn't where they should be. It is because it is all an own the libs operation, simply performative politics because Trump is such a tiny little man physiologically. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you on that one. We talked about that before. It doesn't feel like the idea is actually to deport anybody. I think it's all theatrics. So I'm with you on that one. Trump was never a leader. Yeah, no. Trump is not a leader. No. But he is who they want. He's a useful idiot. Trump is a very, very useful idiot. And we're sort of realizing that now. He's amazing. He is amazing for the people that are in control. I mean, he is, objectively. And they say it themselves. Bibi has said himself, Trump is the greatest president in U.S. history because of what he has done for our greatest ally. I don't know. That's not really, anyway. As a truck driver, if we actually removed 20 million illegals, our economy would collapse. Both sides of the aisle do not care about this. If they did, Schreiber Foods, JBS would all be rated daily. Yep, I agree with you on that. We know that economy would instantly crater into oblivion if we actually removed 20 million illegals. Not to say that isn't something that like the country should work towards in a sort of ethical way. But to your point, if you did it overnight, snapped your fingers, yeah, we would be host. Stephen Miller is the Himmler of this regime, and his deportations are his deal, and he's the true idealist. Trump is just a vessel. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people think that Miller's actually running the government anyway. And again, Donald Trump is just a vassal. And it feels that way. Either him or Kushner. Thank you, brother. Watch a few videos talking trash about you being a grifter. I guess because you have an open mind and are man enough to admit you're not perfect. Yeah, well, just look at who's calling me a grifter, and then typically you'll be like, okay, got it. If you want to call me a grifter because I constantly just speak my own mind and I'm very independent and I will talk about whatever I want, then okay. If you think that's grifting, then don't watch my content, I guess. But I think I've done a pretty good job about being pretty consistent on not grifting for anyone other than my own opinion. But yeah, but it's also whatever, man. It's the internet. People are going to attack you. Who cares? AJ says, anyone else ready to imitate the live TV showing of the punishment of the Romanian dictator Nicolae Sescu and his wife Elena? I actually know about this story. What book was this? I read what book? I read an entire book on this. Maybe like 10 years back. I forget what it's called. Do you guys remember what the book on this is called? AJ? There's a famous book about this. Forget what it is. Very crazy story, though, about Romania. All right. Somebody will remind me. Chariot Fighter says there's so many people who have been screaming from the mountaintops about this shit for 10 plus years. It takes a guy getting hosed while legally carrying the biggest PDF in human history to wake people up. Yeah. Don says JD Vance is the Manchurian candidate in real life created by Teal for his personal use. Been saying from the beginning, yes, he is. Yes, he is. And that's why he's terrifying. And also why removing Trump is not really something anybody's that excited about, because then you get him for that. Erkman says that's not the issue. People are happy that Andrew is changing. The issue was that he ignored and made light of all the concerns people presented. Andrew, I forget what we were talking about with that. I forget who we were talking about. Thank you for the super sticker, EMS. Thirsty Salt with a big $50 donut. Thank you very much. I voted for Trump 47. No regrets. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't have any problem with that. I don't think you guys should either. I was a casual Republican and supported Israel because patriotism. I did before as well, man. Like not recently, but years and years ago. He managed to grab my attention, then showed me the truth by being a complete failure. If not for him, I'd still be a goy bait Republican. This, you know what, Thirsty Salt? This may be one of your comment here actually is a lot deeper philosophically than I think you realize, because this is me too. If it wasn't for Donald Trump and exactly what you're talking about, I probably still would be too. I think he and what our greatest ally did since October 7th, those two things woke me up and made me a noticer. Big time. And I think you're right. I think I probably would be still in the same bucket as you. If something that it was so egregious, right? Very good comment. I think a lot of people probably fall into this bucket as well. I think he woke a lot of us up. Not in the way he meant to. F35 says, then what was all the work CK did getting young people out to vote, not higher prices, not higher housing prices. Damn. Yeah. Speaking the fucking truth tonight, buddy. Thank you, Doc. Appreciate you, brother. Don't need housing. I've got the Fort Polk Barracks. Brother, hang in there. Fort Polk is my least fucking favorite place in the military I've ever been into. JRTC can go fuck itself. Let me just say that. For all of you in the military that done JRTC and been at Fort Polk, fuck that. God damn it. I hate that place. I hope you're doing well, but my God, no thank you. No thank you to Fort Polk. All right, those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither. That's a great quote. Liberty or safety, Benjamin Franklin. Yep, fantastic quote and relevant. Sue Ann says, driving home prices up. Our Muni and Anchorage, Alaska just raised home value by 20 to 25 to 50%. My 2-bedroom apartment agent went from 110K to 160K for 2026. By the way, how to say Alaskan Native name is Suanik. Suanik. Got it. Also, like your dog. That's crazy, man. That's crazy if that's how much prices. But it's actually not that crazy because we're actually seeing numbers like that around the country. Bob with the 5 Valhalla memberships. Thank you very much, Bob. Appreciate you. Richie, contact me. USA CAPOC vet. What do we got here? United States Army CA is a civil affairs. POC. I don't know what this is, brother. You got to do more than that to get me to contact you, man. I don't even know what you're talking about. Appreciate you, though. And wait for it. Epstein was a Russian asset. Shaking my head. It's already started. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. But to your point, that's what they're going to try pushing the narrative of. Wouldn't be shocked. Justin, thank you. Public service announcement. Dear ICE, there are more law-abiding armed citizens than mass government goons. Do you really want to negate the rule of law? Well, they're doing it. Although it didn't work out for them. And again, they're leaving Minneapolis and they're giving up. So we talked about that. And I don't necessarily think that's a good thing. Like, totally. I think it's a good thing for ICE not being able to do what the fuck they're doing recently because it's horrible. But like ICE, if it was actually being run correctly, is important, right? Like having immigration in control is a good thing, but not the fucking way this administration's doing it. It needs a massive rehaul. Massive rehaul. Don't forget that ICE's greatest accomplishment was preventing 1,496 immigrants from crossing the border in one night. It was in 1912. The Titanic. Holy shit. Yeah, and who was behind the sinking of the Titanic? Well, we used to have our tinfoil hats on when we talked about that, but I don't think we have to any longer. And say we probably all could make a pretty good guess. Pretty good guess, you know, if you know your history. Anyway. All right. He's paid off multiple families. Give up the good work. Love your content. Thank you, Nicole. Appreciate you very much. Steven says, what do you say about Sons of Liberty? When these are hearts? I'm not sure. Have you seen the people trying to get Puerto Ricans deported? No. Are you going to deport Puerto Ricans? Do they not? They don't know that Puerto Rico is part of America? They probably don't. So wouldn't be shocked. And to your point, it's pretty funny. But yeah, I would not be surprised. Aren't they? Anyway, would not be surprised. Even though, yeah, Puerto Rico is just part of the country. Okay. Interview Sasha Riley. I get it. Yes, guys, I told you for the 10th time. I'm researching and I'll work on it. I got to be able to get a hold of them, though. What do you say about the Sons of Liberty? What are we talking about with Sons of Liberty? 10 co-conspirators remain a mystery, and yet they are circled in a red in that little black book. Yeah. We know, and here's the thing. We know who all the people involved are. They're in the files, but just show us their names. Why won't you show us their names and not the victims? Show us the perpetrators. Why do you keep redacting the perpetrators' names, government? I don't know. You don't need to. You're not allowed to. Congress told you not to, but you're still doing it. Six's mom says, I need to apologize to Munchkin. You were banned last night? Oh, don't ban Six's mom. Guys, moderators, don't ever ban Six's mom. For a comment in the chat, E2 Munchkin. So sorry, I needs Munchkins on my ass. Aloha from Kauai. Yeah, moderators, don't be beating up on Six's mom. Six's mom is always here, always a regular, big supporter of the channel. And I'm sure Six's mom wasn't trying to attack Munchkin. So, yeah, don't do that. Don't do that, guys. All right. Civi says you should look up how Joe, our pal's teachings have influenced ICE. I don't know about this, but that's interesting. Penta says, big dono. Thank you, brother. From me and mine to you and yours, life is gross right now, but there's a lot to be thankful for. This is a good comment. So many beautiful humans out there. I won't let slip away. You're a solid dude, Nate. Many thanks. Penta, this is a great comment, and it's one of the things we need to remind ourselves. With all the disgusting stuff that's happening and all of the divisiveness and all the controversy, and that's really what we try to do on this channel to begin with, is bring people together. Even though we're bitching about all of the stupid shit in society, we're trying to bring everybody together and to stop pointing all the hate at each other as Americans. And so to Penna's point here, as bad as things may seem, I hope that you have a lot to be thankful for in your lives and your families. And also remind yourselves that sometimes, guys, I even have to like remind myself to go touch some grass, right? Like get out there, hang out with my dog at the park, put my phone away for a couple hours, like really like ground myself and get back to reality, because it's very, very easy to become super black-pilled. And while you're not wrong for being black-pilled, it can be pretty negative on your mental health, me included. And I can very easily spiral into the abyss as well. So this is a very good comment by Penta on that one. And like I tell everybody, tell your families you love them, hug your kids, because that's what really matters at the end of the day. You know what I mean? So thank you, Penta. Appreciate you, brother. Acrobus says, don't Google Lindsey Graham ladybug story. And now I literally, what's so funny is like the fact that you said this. Anybody who says don't Google something about Lindsey Graham, I'm going to immediately Google whatever that is about Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham ladybug story. Okay. Yeah. Anybody who tells me not to Google something about Lindsey Graham, that is the very first thing I'm doing, because fuck that guy. Yeah. We're definitely looking that one up. Not on stream, because I don't know what to expect with that little grinder enthusiast, but we will after. Mr. Gear says, 1986. Hell yeah, that's when I was born, bro. When are we all going to stop talking about the shit and start coming together and standing against it? That's a great question. It's kind of happening. It is happening. Just not with MAGA. MAGA is the big holdout. The MAGA is just defending the government, defending the authoritarianism, defending the pedophiles, just everything they can possibly do, just working overtime to defend it. So they're not on board, but I feel like the rest of the country's getting on board. Left, right, and center. Not them, but I'm a commie and I love your show. Well, thank you. I do love that we can have far left communists and far right Christian nationalists all in the same comment section and all in the same hanging out on my podcast, and we can all have a good time together. I really don't think there's very many places on YouTube or the internet where we have this diverse of a community. I really don't. There's very few. I don't know who else. Maybe Ian Carroll is maybe another creator that's got an audience like that, but there's very, very few audiences like ours. And I love that about our community, is we can all be here, just vastly different political ideologies, and still agree on a lot of different things. It's very, very cool. And it's also very, very, we just talked about being black-pilled and what Penna was talking about. It's encouraging. It is encouraging that we can have such a diverse audience that can all come in and agree on so many different things. So it's happening in America. I think it's a very, very important thing. Wish we could see it at a much larger breadth in America than just small YouTube channels. Not that my YouTube channels is small, but you know what I mean. But anyway, thank you. I lean left, and I don't necessarily agree with everything you say, but I appreciate an open mind and always enjoy your videos. Thank you very much. And that's exactly what I was talking about. What's your opinions on Jackson Hinkle? Don't really have one. Our oath to the Constitution, not parties, not politicians. We would all do well to remember that, to take our social flags of our own service down. My family won the revolution, and since to me, GW won. Yeah, I mean, that's where I'm a constitutionalist at the end of the day. Oh shit, V the Gorilla with a big $200 dono. Dude, did you get my email? I emailed you earlier today. We're gonna do a podcast together here pretty soon, hopefully this week. Anyway, I emailed you back. I don't know. Sorry about it. I've been going hard, but anyway, yeah, we're looking at doing a show together. So thank you very, very much. Super generous of you. If you didn't see my email, make sure you check it, because I did email you back trying to schedule something with you. All right. Jump scare with the guy's mustache. Yikes. Oh yeah. What's his name? Whatever Fitness. Yeah. That was actually surprising. again, I thought that was going to be a bigger story for you guys because, again, I'd never heard of the guy before this massive controversy. And like everywhere I looked in my algorithm was people exposing this guy. So I figured you guys would be all up in it. And then we did the story on it. And literally everyone in the chat was like, who the fuck is this guy? It's like, oh, my bad. I didn't know either, but I thought you guys knew. So anyway, is it sales or a loan/gift? Genuine question. Sales or loan gift? I'm not sure what you mean. Probably put that through when we were talking about something that I don't remember. Elon's offices in France were raided for Grok and Kitty images in the last few hours. I did see that. I actually did have that as one of the stories, but I didn't have enough context on it to understand what was going on that I didn't want to put it in the show. But if that's what was happening, that's not good. That's not good. Thank you, Tremley. Hey, Nate, have you seen Stu Peters' Occupied? I have not. I've seen Stu's stuff before, but Stu likes to talk a lot of shit about me, though. Which I don't know why. I don't know why he's always talking shit about me, but I don't have anything negative to say about Stu. He seems like a nice guy. I think he's got good content. But yeah, he doesn't seem to like me very much. Is what it is. It's the way it goes. I don't take it personally. Thank you, Teresa. The Australian painter uncovered something. Yeah. Can you cite a source for the 300K H number? 300K H number? Oh, it's less than that. It's closer to 270,000. Source? Bro, go to Ian Carroll's YouTube channel. Educate yourself a little bit. Or Nick Fuentes or anybody that's done tons of content on that. I'm not about to talk about it right now, but yeah. Chantel says, I'm about 1 hour behind, but unlike Mario, I think your podcast was great. This is what every news outlet and all our 3 other agencies should be doing. This is insane. We need an uprising. I don't know where to even start. It's everywhere and everyone. Yeah, Chantel, it is. We're realizing, and that's why I'm sure you probably saw as we worked through our way through all the famous people, all the celebrities, government officials. It's gross, and it's all of them. And what do we even do from here? I don't know. This is kind of the start. I think like the new files release is way more visceral than people realize. It has way more of an effect long term than people realize because not us here, but the normies are gonna start waking up to all of the things that we've been talking about. Not just me, but creators in the space have been talking about. I hope. Any update on the Grindr interview stream? Not yet. I'm still working on it. Still in the mix. A lot of these things take a while to work out, to do content with especially with companies and corporations and stuff like that, but I'm still working on it. You've been doing this for centuries. We're their slaves. They think that, by the way. We have met the enemy and he is us. Yep. Shine Knee with a big $50 donation with no comment. Well, thank you very, very much. That's very, very generous of you. With no comment, but thank you. Appreciate you. I can't even say your name here. Too many consonants without a vowel. Mentioned in the files once, suspect mentioned 38,000 times, indict him and the rest right fucking now. I'm with you on that. Yes. Talking about Trump, obviously he was, yes, we learned that. 5,600 files, named 38,000 times. I'm like the fact that the Clintons, did you guys see that Hillary and Bill Clinton have agreed to come in for being subpoenaed by Congress? How about Trump gets his fucking ass drug in before Congress right alongside him, along with everybody else? I want them all drug in. Democrat, Republican, Independent. I don't care who the fuck you are. If you are in those files, drag their asses before Congress and let's get some accountability. I'd like to see them all arrested. And because that's the crazy thing. This is the other thing. Like MAGA's big thing is what the way they try to say it. The left only cares about Trump. They're not paying attention to Bill Gates and Bill. Yes, they are. Actually, here's the crazy thing. Every single, and this is for Kyle Kalinske and Hassan and all these people, Destiny, people that I don't agree with on hardly anything, they are all calling for everyone to be arrested and accountability. I watched Kyle Kalinske talk about put Bill Clinton's ass in prison, put Bill Gates' ass in prison. So I'm like, hey, Democrats are over here saying they want the Democrats put in prison too. But how come MAGA doesn't want the bad guy Republicans accountable? They only want the Democrats accountable. It's like, no. It's all of them. You should be cheering on all of them being drug in. If you're getting political about it and saying, I only want the opposite side drug in, it's like, no. All of them. All of them. Left, right, center, Democrat, Republican, bring them all in, subpoena all their asses, put every goddamn one of them in prison. And I'm talking about all the way up to Elon Musk. I don't care if you're worth $700 billion. If you're doing gross shit and you're a PDF, I want your ass in prison too. I don't care about how powerful you are. Me personally, or what political party you're in. I want accountability on every goddamn one of them. Seems like that's the easy. Shouldn't that be so easy for us as Americans to agree upon? Shouldn't we? It's like the easiest thing ever to agree upon. Like, hey, I want Trump, Clinton, Gates, Jay-Z, name them, drag them all in, subpoena them, investigate them again, and any ones that are actually found, which would be all of them, straight to the brig. I don't care if you're a billionaire or not. Fuck you. That would be real accountability. That would actually turn a corner in this country. You start seeing billionaires, Peter Thiel, Bill Gates, Donald Trump held accountable for their PDF actions, you might actually see this country turn a little corner. Until then, there's no reason to take any of this shit seriously. They're not going to hold anything accountable. All right. Remember the time a dirty old man on the streets was a disgusting thought? Now we're just voting them into office and handing them the keys to the nuclear football. What's happened to this country? Yeah, I'm with you on that. We're there. Tremley says, if you knew back then what you knew today, would you still serve in the military? Yes, 1,000%. I get asked this question a lot. Knowing what I know now, let's say like I could transport my own brain back into my 19-year-old self's brain, conscience. Would I still join the military? Would I still want to go Army Special Forces? Absolutely. Best fucking job in the world. You get to do the coolest shit ever as a Green Beret. Not just from the combat side of things, but just, military free fall, jumping out of planes, like doing all this crazy shit. It's the best job in the world. So yeah, I would 100% still join. Best decision I ever made as a man was to join the military. For me personally, not for everybody. If you got a good career and you went a different path, but I didn't. I was a little shithead who was doing things he shouldn't have been. And then I found the military and it saved my life. And it led me to an extreme amount of success that I would not have ever had otherwise. So, you know what I mean? It's not for everybody, but yeah, I definitely would. That's why I tell people that are like, oh, I don't know if my young kids or my son should join the military. I'm like, if he wants to, if your son or your daughter wants to join, it's pretty good. It's a pretty good life, especially for a young person, right? You learn a lot of skills. There's so much about the military that's fantastic for young people. But again, make your own decisions. COVID was released from a lab and it was pre-planned. Yep. David Copperfield is frantically practicing a new magic technique, making these files disappear. You know who I called was going to be in the files? I have to go back to the episode of the live stream from like 3 months ago before the first files released. I called this dude being implicated. I thought for sure. Just some rumors I had heard about him. Ethan says, Nate, this is very off topic. What are your thoughts on enlisting with a medical waiver? I've had some physical issues such as scoliosis. I work construction, but want to serve my country in a meaningful way. If you can work construction, you can be in the military. And so, yeah, they'll give you medical waivers for all kinds of shit. As long as it's not something like scoliosis, whatever, they're not going to care about that as long as you can get the waiver. Some other things like asthma and stuff are going to be like more it's going to be harder to be able to join. But yeah, you need people get medical waivers all the time for stuff like that, man. And again, if you can work construction, you can join the military, bro. For sure. COVID over NIPA? I'm not sure what's NIPA. What's NIPA? I'm on chat. Help me out with that one. Careful, Nate. This channel was promised to you 3,000 years ago. Look at the guys. Look at the profile picture. I'm not gonna say it, but look at the profile picture. That profile picture goes hard. Okay. That one more time, but just because it's funny. America says search J-Day Soldiers Field. They demonstrated child sacrifices in 1933 Chicago World's Fair. Would not be shocked. That actually would not be shocked at all. Keith says you should review the Catherine Pollard Griggs interview, wife of senior military leadership. All the receipts spoke about wet ops in Israel and how it works. Catherine Pollard Griggs interview. I don't know who that is. I'll have to look that up. Nate, was your dad Mac v. Sog? No, my dad was in 46 Company, in which was a offshoot or like part of 1st Special Forces Group in Vietnam. They were working in Thailand, or excuse me, working out of Thailand, Laos, and Cambodia, training Cambods to go fight in the war in Vietnam. So that's primarily what my dad was doing. But no, he was not Mac v. Sog in 46 Company. Which is still badass. All the shit they were doing in Vietnam was also insane. Doing a lot of stuff they were not supposed to be allowed to do, turns out, in that mission set, just like Mac v. Sog. Future says, seeing how involved they are in the E-Files makes me doubt their entire narrative around Palestine. Yeah, well, the narrative around Palestine's kind of falling apart for them, right? No, I don't think anybody's buying the whole Israel side of the argument on that one at this point. If we abolish AIPAC, then what? Half of them in America changed their last names, so they're embedded. This is true. This is actually a big strategy change by AIPAC because, and this has been talked about this year, they're realizing that with AIPAC Tracker that you can all go look at, this is becoming a very damning thing politically. So they're going to try to do individual donations, or like what AIPAC's going to try to do is like find all the donations, find all the people, and then have them individually donate to campaigns. That way it doesn't fall under AIPAC funding. They're crafty. They're going to work their way around it, but they do know that this is a losing political argument. But they're smart. They're going to work their way around it. Mel Gibson was on it way before. Watch Gallipoli, 1980, the perfect anti-war movie. Yeah, Mel Gibson was way ahead of his time for sure. I don't think I've seen Gallipoli though. I'll have to look it up. Irving was an E5 with 6 deployments. Enjoy your stuff. Was he? Are you sure? Are you sure? Might want to fact check that. E5 with 6 deployments? I don't know about that. Might want to relook that one up. How would you even have 6 deployments and only be an E5? Don't think so. Could be wrong, but not from everything I've heard, including one of his close friends that lived with him for years that I know personally that's got a lot of really negative things to say about what a piece of shit he is. So if you want to go down that road, we could go down that road. But yeah, I don't think so, man. The E-Files really enforce that this isn't a right-left thing. It's the elites for the rest of us, dude. I can't believe how gross these people are and what they're into. Yeah, I know. I know about that for sure. Ugh. Would you say you're a master debater? No, I'm not a master. Not a master debater for sure. For sure, no. All right. After parties popular in Sacramento, CA politics, maybe. Here we go. Oh, Hop Whisperer says, that's what I respect about you. When your info changes, you change when needed. When I first started watching you, we differed a lot, but as time gone on, you come around to my views, and I've changed some of mine. Yeah, that's what we all do, man. We all grow, change our perspectives, hopefully over time as we learn things and we get new access to information and different things like that. This is the proper way to do it. If your views are not changing over time and over the years, you might want to take a look in the mirror, because it's very, very important, right? I definitely I could go 2 years back, 3 years back, and look at some of my my ideologies, and I'd be like, whoa, what the fuck is wrong with you, Nate? Jesus Christ. This is what happens, you know. All right. Are there any files about this date Epstein made new? Yeah, we covered them earlier, actually. We covered them earlier when you talked about Al-Qaeda and ISIS being funded by our greatest ally, and Epstein talking about that. Yep. Epstein hurriedly covered the entrances to his island's tunnels of terror, but he didn't fill them completely. Ground penetrating radar could be used to locate them, and they could be accessed still. Oh, well. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about the island. No, I don't know anything about that. But I'm going to take your word for it. 4 times your stream's gone silent, just like CO, Baron Coach, etc. Keep an eye out. Yeah, it happened to Trigger Smart last night too, or 2 nights ago. It's been happening to a lot of us where our streams randomly are getting taken down. So maybe it's a YouTube thing, maybe it's nothing nefarious, but it's very suspicious the times it's happened. I've been talking about very specific things each time. If we stopped giving Israel our tax money, they would just treat us like how they treat Palestinians. The last GE interview is eye-opening. Yes, it is. Big E lived at this. Oh yeah, with Lutnick. Yeah, they were next door neighbors. Skip worked at WTC that day. Yep. Isn't that interesting? That's another one. Yes, he did. Lutnick did do that. I just learned about that one last week as well. The key to Trump finding the woman that had signed NDAs. Idiot Kara says, do you have any advice for those still in and being thrown into Iran, knowing it's utter bullshit distraction for another country? Yeah, so I don't think it's likely you're going to see American boots on the ground in Iran. I say that, but goddamn, with this country and the way we work in the Middle East, we'll find an excuse to do it. I think you'll probably be fine. I think we're going to do a bombing campaign. I highly doubt that we're going to put boots on the ground there in Iran, but I don't know. So any advice? Not really, man. You're in the military. If it happens, it happens, but I think you're going to be okay in the next year or so. Again, I think it's going to be a bombing campaign. I don't see us going full bore. Although at the same time, if we need a big enough distraction from the files, you may find yourself over there, but let's hope not. 15 million Americans are in underground camps. What? I don't know about that. Trump is the Trojan horse of Big Brother on roids. I agree. Yeah, Big Vance. True World says their gods are interdimensional. They're building a new CERN 3 countries large to bring them in our realm from their realm. Love you, Jim, bro. God bless. Appreciate you, brother. I don't know about, well, when you're talking about, I am a believer in interdimensional beings as in demons, and you know the whole point of these people doing these sacrifices with children and drinking their blood, they're obviously getting something out of it tangible, right? And if they're getting something tangible out of it, like power and all these things, we would have to assume, well, if there's demonic entities that they're sacrificing all these babies and shit to that are getting power out of, well, if that's true, then actually it kind of leads me to the idea of, well, if the demons and the Luciferian shit's real, well, maybe then the other side of that's real with, you know, God and Christ and all those different things, right? So, but I don't know. Who knows? It's just, or maybe they're just fucking crazy and they're drinking baby blood. Who knows? It's all gross. We're figuring it out as we go right now. Google the name of the company that opens Wall Street trading on Giving Tuesday. It's the single biggest day of the year that money moves through undocumented donations globally. I don't know about that. Sounds interesting. Immigration detention is being used to replace incarceration for prison industrial complex. Interesting take. Yeah, I have heard the detention facilities have a lot of people in them. Don't know what they're doing with them, but some crumbs of my VA scam money. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it. Don't let Matt Walsh find out about that. He'll have something to say. Some of the clients are as follows: the Clinton Foundation, Jewish Federation of America, and NAMBLA. Yes, the National Association of Man-Boy Love. What is it? Wait, no. The North American Man-Boy Love Association, right? Only reason I know that is because of South Park episode. But also now we kind of can look at this and be like, oh, yeah, that's probably true too. It was a South Park joke, and turns out it's probably true. Gross. Gabe says, I really appreciate the long live stream tonight, man. Value your perspective. Keep getting after it. Yeah, I don't mean to. I didn't mean to go 3 hours on the regular show and another hour and a half on the supers, but sometimes on Tuesdays we do it. I'm getting hungry though. Haven't eaten dinner yet. We're almost there. Thinking about skipping out on paying taxes this year and just stocking up on more ammo. Hey, you got to do what you got to do. I don't suggest you do that because the government will come for you potentially if they audit you, but it's up to you. Nate, the time for us warriors is coming. The hammer of God must drop on evil. Yeah, I mean, when I think about what's happening right now and what we're being exposed to, it's not like anything the world has really been exposed to. We've been exposed to it through tinfoil hat and conspiracy theories and like all of that. But now that we are seeing that this shit's all real, this is very, very different times. The world is realizing what is going on. And that's very, very new. Very, very new. So I'm with you on that, brother. And remember, folks, no amount of darkness can kill the light from a single candle. Be a candle. Hell yeah, I like that, Jake. Jeffrey says everyone's names in the Epstein files is likely expendable, available for sacrifice to protect the power systems, even the biggest fish. I agree with you on that. We talked about that before any names came out. I think they're all throwaways, and that includes Clinton, Trump, Gates. They don't give a fuck about these people. I think these people are low level as it regards to the files themselves. I agree with you. I think all of these people are throwaways for sure. Have you seen the emails from Big E to Teal saying they caused divisions among Americans to hide the real benefactors of all this chaos? I haven't seen that one, but we did look at some of the emails between Teal and Big E earlier, and it would not surprise me. They were obviously a lot closer than we realize. Baal is/was the warrior god. He was in direct competition with Yahweh, the God we all refer to. He is not a demon in the Christian sense, requires human child sacrifices to get his favor. No. Baal is extremely satanic and Luciferian in almost all cultures. And in the Christian sense, he is 100% a demon or Satan. There's a lot of different ways you could look at that. But no, if he requires child sacrifices to get his favor, he is 100% a demon in the Christian sense, big dog. You know what I mean? If your deity requires child sacrifice, yeah, you're not the good guy. You are most likely the Satan figure that we think about. Sorry, that's just the truth. Good guys don't sacrifice children and drink their blood. It's not a thing. Sent an email to you, file link and photos. Okay, I'll check it out once we're done. I don't look at that stuff during the live streams. System doesn't even stop if you get accountability for those people like Trump, Bates, Husk. But the masses will be calmed and the power continues behind the scenes. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Big E, Bill Gates, Yuval Noah Harari, MBS, Elon, DJT ties. Well, we definitely know. Let's see who all is tied together here. Well, we know Big E and Gates 1,000%. We know Big E and MBS 1,000%. I mean, shit, he got that phone call while he was in the interview with Bannon. Big E and Elon, not a great tie because Elon did beg E to come to the island and E did not want anything to do with him. So that might be, even though Elon did. And then obviously, DJT and Big E and being best friends. But all of these people most likely are all interconnected through all of this type of blackmail and everything else that's going on for sure. So, but Big E is definitely connected to all the rest of them. Nate, how in the hell are these people still out there that are pro-MAGA or pro-Trump? What is wrong with these people? I don't know. I don't get it. Because I've watched it in real time through the bombing of Iran during the 12-day war, through Gaza, through Trump saying, if you think the Epstein files are real, then you should no longer support me. Now that the files have been released 2 different times with all the disgusting stuff in them, I don't know. I could not come on this YouTube channel and simp and grift for MAGA and Trump, even if the money was great. I couldn't do it. I couldn't go look myself in the mirror and look my wife and my kids in the eyes at the end of the night, because I would know, me personally, that I didn't believe a fucking word that I was saying to you guys. if I was here trying to simp and defend them for this shit. So like people like Benny Johnson and Officer Tatum and Ben Shapiro, I have no idea. I have no idea how they get off their computer, go look themselves in the mirror, or go look their wife in the eyes. I guess if you're Benny Johnson, you're not worried about what your wife thinks because, well, you know. But you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how these people do it. I can't imagine. Most of it's money at this point, especially from the content creator side of things. And then let me explain this. So a lot of these, like Matt Walsh and these other big MAGA creators, they have built platforms off of an extreme MAGA base. And so a lot of them a year ago, a year and a half ago, did not have the integrity or the moral fiber to tell their audience, I am anti-Trump now because of XYZ. You guys may not realize this, but pretty far well back in this channel, I started making that transition and I started saying that to my audience. I can promise you, we lost a huge portion of our audience. People were furious at me. They were, because they were hardcore conservative MAGA folks. And they said, fuck you. And I would do videos that would lose hundreds of subscribers, thousands of subscribers of me being critical of MAGA or of Trump. And I just said, I don't give a fuck. This is what I believe. And I'm not going to be a shill. And so in the long run for my channel, it worked out well because we've built the community with like-minded people, but we also lost thousands and thousands and thousands of our initial fans and our initial followers. We did. We paid that price up front. So, again, that's just for me personally. But in the long run, you know, I'm glad I did it because now I can have a community of like-minded people that I can have my own free opinions and not worry about things too much. And, you know, the people that, you know, disagreed with me all left over the last 2 years. And the people who do, or at least supported me, have all shown up. So why don't they do it? Because they are terrified. They're terrified they're going to lose their income because they can't pivot now. Think about this. If you're Ben Shapiro, can you pivot? If you're Benny Johnson, can you pivot? If you're Officer Tatum, can you pivot now? No, because now you're defending pedophiles. If you're Dan Bongino, great example. He's trying to, but can he pivot? No, because everybody knows that he's a giant fucking shill, and so they don't believe it. So you can't pivot anymore. And so that's the problem for a lot of these people is their income is dependent on it. So they just have to, they got to stay the course, boys. You know what I mean? Now they're supporting pedophiles. Like that's where they're at because their financial income depends on it. And it is what it is. It's not for me, but what people do. So long-winded answer to your question, Amanda. What the bell is going on when people don't know what a woman is. Nate, when we meet one day, I will tell you my story. When I died for 21 minutes in jail 15 years ago. Well, that's insane. Seems like a long time to be dead. Glad you're alive, bro. That sounds like a wild story. Remember the French Revolution? Yeah, the illusion was that they took out the elites, but nothing really changed. You got Napoleon, a dictator with more control. Same now. That's actually a good point. Yeah, a little bit of let them eat cake. Overthrow the government and you get a dictator. That's always a risk. That is always the risk with a big regime change for sure. If you're mentioned in the files, I think that it's enough to start on an investigation. If you're in there 1,000 times, there should be warrants issued right now. Yes. I think they need to reopen the investigations right now, like you're saying. All of these people that we're now seeing in the documents, reopen the investigations. Bring them all in. Trump, Elon, Clinton's, Gates, Jay-Z, Harvey Weinstein. Well, he's already in jail. All of these fucking people. I'm with you on that. K&M Gemini with a big $50 donation with no comment. Well, thank you very much. It's very, very generous of you. Thank you. I appreciate it. You guys, make sure to leave comments if you're going to give a big dono like this, you know, unless you're just supporter of the channel, I appreciate it. But thank you, K&M. I appreciate you. The only real way to change the system is to change your heart. Otherwise, you're just like a kite dancing in a hurricane, Mr. Bond. They do it in plain sight, no fear. Yeah, we saw that with all the clips from earlier, right? Jeffrey says, even after the U.S. Revolution, U.S. elites maintain financial ties to London banking families. Masonic orders bridged across both nations, often with symbolic overlap. Trade continued for the powerful. Yeah. I've always said if you're the smartest person in the room, you need to find another room or you aren't sharing your knowledge. Good one. I like that. Gnostics tend to worship Baal these days. Yeah. In regards to the Irving research, says 6 deployments. Okay, fair enough. Those are probably tiny deployments then, because there ain't no E4 with 6 full combat deployments. Not a thing. You'd be in E7 by then. Just time, strictly time and service. Unless I'm not sure what we're calling deployments now. But yeah, I doubt that dude has 36 months in combat and he's an E4. That doesn't make any sense. So, maybe Ranger Battalion's got some, when they're doing 2 month pumps or something like that. Don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's any E4s with 6 month combat deployments. 6 to 12 month combat deployments doesn't make any sense. Just numbers wise, purely from a time and service standpoint, doesn't make any sense. All right. Thank you, Robin. And people, the movement starts with you. We must move together to stop these people, form groups, anoint a leader. It starts with you. Yeah, I say that all the time. The best thing you can do is, try to be a productive member of your local communities, get involved. The biggest thing you can do is just, especially at the family level, be a good husband, be a good wife, be a good father, be a good brother, be a good sister, be a good son, take care of your parents. Like all these things, these are like really where it starts. For sure. Yeah, we're all over the place on the numbers here, boys and girls. Yeah. But yeah, that's my advice with that. Just, like Rick said, just be a good human being. That's the best you can do. All right. We got 2 more, and then we made it to the end. Almost 5 hours again. Oh my God, guys. Killing me. How do these Tuesday ones almost go 5 hours? W2F is a national election. Rangers used to do 3 to 6 month GWAT deployments. 3 month deployments? 3 months? Yeah, I mean, you could rack up 6 months pretty fast in 2 to 3 month or 6 deployments pretty fast if you're only in 2 to 3 month deployments. That's yeah, I mean, if I wouldn't call those deployments, but we don't call those deployments in SF, we call those J sets. If you're doing that short of a pump, that's not considered a deployment for us. But whatever. Maybe different context for different folks. But yeah, we don't consider a 2-3 month trip a deployment. So there's that. But maybe every unit's different, probably. All right. Are there other channels in the conservative realm that are speaking out like you? You're a unicorn from what I've seen. In the conservative space that speak out in the way I do. Dan from Heavy Duty Country. We're not completely perfectly aligned, but Dan is pretty outspoken and will call out so much of this bullshit too. I think he's probably one of the closer ones to me that will have that approach. It just doesn't give a shit and will say whatever he wants. In the conservative space, I would say Dave Smith. Dave Smith's not a conservative. Owen's pretty good with that. Jack. Yeah. Black Scout Survival. Jack, who's a friend of the channel. He's probably very close to me. Jack, typically when I see Jack stuff, I'm like, yep, got it. Tracking. So yeah. Check out Black Scout Survival. Huge YouTube channel too, bigger than mine. He's another one that's got very non-biased takes. But again, we're looking at like conservatives. Yeah, those are the main ones. Well, yeah, Myron. He's a little bit. Myron's like way out there, right? Like, but yeah, I think Myron is pretty good about this stuff too, for sure. I actually like Myron's content. He's all over the place, for sure. Baze is another one, actually, guys. If Baze has got a new and up and coming channel, but Baze is very aligned with me on a lot of different things. Baze will call everything out too. That's an up and coming channel. Ian Carroll's another one for sure, although I wouldn't call Ian a conservative. Ian's a reformed lefty. I think Ian's very moderate, independent, probably a little bit more to the left than I am. But Ian's another one that's definitely calling stuff up. Jesse on Fire is another good one. He's fought way more pro Trump MAGA than we are, for sure. Not that he's MAGA, he's an independent, but those are also good ones. Sean Ryan is definitely waking up. Sean's been trashing the Trump administration recently. Legitimately trashing the Trump administration recently. And I think his audience is pissed off about it, but I don't care. Sean is he's catching heat, but he's fucking saying what he wants to say. And I like to see it, man. I really respect people like Sean who've got massive platforms who make the decision to start calling this bullshit out. Right? Because Sean's massive channel. And so for him to come out against sort of his base, not his entire base, and start calling out the bullshit, that takes actually a lot of bravery with a really big channel, because you risk a lot. I know it's kind of hard maybe for you guys to understand if you don't have social media like that, but like he risks a lot by going against his base. And so yeah, Sean's been doing a really good job with that. Yeah, those are the big ones, guys. There's people really good in the space, but everybody's different though, you know what I mean? Everybody's different. Everybody's got a little bit, little bit of their own take, but it is what it is. All right. Yeah, Ian's not. I think Ian will say himself that he's a reformed hardcore leftist, but I think Ian's moderate. He sold out? Maybe. I don't know if he sold out. He's definitely been calling out the Trump administration, calling out the Epstein stuff a lot more than everybody else. Ain't nobody else in MAGA talking about it, and Sean is. So Jeffrey says, nothing changes if you allow them to manipulate your emotions and fears. They are easy ways to manipulate people. Yeah, I would agree with you on that. Okay, we did it. I got to eat dinner, guys. I am starving. We went 5 hours again, way longer than I expected. What did Jesse just text? Jesse just text me? What did he just text me? I don't know. It doesn't matter. We'll check it later. All right. So let's see. What are we doing Friday? Friday, we got a interesting. We'll see what I got to figure out how I'm going to do this yet. I want to cover all of the weird, bizarre shit that's come up with Erica Kirk and TPUSA. And so we are looking at doing a big expose on that Friday. But with all the Epstein stuff, we got to wait and see what happens, because more stuff is coming out. Could get crazy. But until then, got a couple videos coming over the next couple days. And then we will be back Friday, 5 p.m. Pacific. We'll see about getting a guest on Friday. Got a couple ideas, working on some things. And yeah, thank you so much. We had a really big stream tonight for a Tuesday night political stream. So thank you all so much for hanging out this entire time. And yeah, that'll do it for now. And I will catch you guys on Friday, 5 p.m. Pacific. Thank you all so much. And we'll catch you soon. All right. Have a good night, guys. And thank you also to all the moderators and everybody else as well. Appreciate it. All right. We're out of here.